Doing the battle spoon number 2. This is made out of white oak. Try and get it to something along these lines tonight. You can see this has got a lot more finishing done on it. I got the handle for the staff rounded off. This one's still rectangular. So that's what my plan is. Whew, without further ado, let's get into it. Actually, let me see if I can hold this all the way over to you. Can I just barely can't reach. Okay, let's try this. Get this critter here. People are gonna be mad I'm not on time. I'm so sorry, guys. I thought I'd be a little sooner, but I'm see. Hello, newcomer. Getting ready to start planning on this battle spoon here. Where are you? Got this critter right here. I'm gonna try to get this to look more like this. You can see this one's got a lot more work done to it, and this one, I just started a little bit at the top on one side. I still got a very rectangular spot on this side. So stick around, and you will see this critter start taking shape little by little. You know what? Let's start with the handle tonight. Why not? I'm gonna start planing this down. Actually, we'll start down here, all the way down here. Let's start in one way down. Why don't we? Okay, all right, good, good. Where are you guys out of tonight, by the way? I'm Rachel. I'm out of Detroit. And thanks for joining. Oh, yeah, it's a little cold out here. What is the temperature? Battle spoon number 2. Come on now. Okay. I actually just did a whole lot of organizing today, so that's where we're at with that. At least the workbench is all cleaned up, the floor is all organized, cleaned up. Okay, let's see. Yeah, we're quite good. Actually, this guy. For those curious, I actually made a cute little spoon today. This is my wee little battle spoon. It's actually going to be like a teaspoon for my girlfriend for her daily tea. It's a half a teaspoon. It's a cute little thing. Made it out of a scrap from, actually, this big spoon right here. The battle spoon, the big battle spoon. Let's see if I can get it back this way. Might have to put you up on the desk eventually, or the workbench, whatever you want to call it. We'll see how things work. Let's go back the other way. Yeah, I think I'm gonna set you guys up there. Oh, hey, how's it going? Hey, what are you working on? It's a battle spoon. I'll show you what I'm working on. This is a completed, well, nearly completed version. It's 5 feet 3 inches. Here, I'll show you. This thing's gigantic. And this one's made out of pine. This one's actually white oak. And I'm actually going to be putting you guys up on the bench. I don't know, it's not so easy to see from there. So, bear with me while I get things all situated. I was trying something new and it just didn't go as I'd hoped. I'm still trying to figure out like best angle to get everything from. Ouch, I just pinched my finger on the tripod. we are almost there. Stay with me. Okay, you got a quick look at the workbench. Not sure if anybody cares, but there you go, you got it. All right, now to get this, let's get this actually up higher. I thought that was going to be the better way. My apologies, yeah, I thought I had it set up better, but I didn't have it set up as I thought. All right. Oh, and then Mountain Bikes Tracks says, hi. Mountain biking's pretty rad. Yeah, ain't that a big spoon? It's pretty cool. And then someone said, what are you making? It's a battle spoon. I'll show you real quick before I start painting on it again. So, there you go. You can't, well, I'm 5'3", so you can see like what it is, you know, compared to me. And there you go. It's a big old staff. They're really popular at the Renaissance Festival, I guess. Or they're gaining popularity, I should say. It's like one of them like funny, larger-than-life, whimsical, silly, fun things they like to do. And I think it's freaking hilarious. And there's some people that have even started doing battle forks and battle butter knives. And I thought that was just way too cool. And then earlier, because this you lose a lot of stock when you cut this out. This started as a 8-foot board that was like 1.5 by like probably 6 inches. So I had a scrap. I don't know where. Oh, I took them inside. But anyway, I had a scrap, and I was like, let's see if we can make a little spoon. So here's a wee little spoon I made. It's about a half a teaspoon, and I'm gonna finish it up, sand it up and stuff. But my girlfriend actually will be using this for her tea. Oh, and you guys out there on TikTok, here's a little spoon I made. And this was actually just a fun little thing I wanted to try making. Thank you. And it's just, I got this new little tool for my Dremel. I got the flex shaft on my Dremel now, and I got this little Cuts All Extreme, and it helped me get the bowl done really quick. So I'm going to be using that on the bowl portion of this actually as well. Okay, and actually, I was going through, I did a big shop cleanup today, and I was going through some things, and I found this spoon right here. I made this in a hunting blind about 3 years ago. This is made out of pear wood, and I think I'm gonna put this to use in my kitchen. I'm not sure. I might give it to my mother-in-law. Time will tell. And then someone says you're actually very smart. Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, thank you. Oh, shucks. All right, let's get back to this. Let's move this out of the way. All right. Nope, I got work. Step stool in the way. You are now out of the way. Okay. And I shaped the big one I showed you entirely with this tool, actually. It is just a little hand plane. It's called the Stanley Handyman. It is, I think this is maybe from like the 40s, 50s. And mainly off-grid. Says, hello, hi. Mainly off-grid. Oh, nice play on words. I like it. I've never been to Maine. I do want to go someday, though. I had a friend in high school whose dad lived in Maine. And he used to go skiing there every year. It's called the Adirondacks or Catskills or something. And being just a young kid, I was just like, wow, they're really like, the mountains are that big there? And he goes, oh my God, they're like humongous. And I just always thought that was super cool. So mainly off-grid says, just started blacksmithing with my sons. Hopefully I can learn some things from you. That is so cool. Honestly, how cool. That makes me so happy to see the craft carrying on. It's such a fantastic craft. It's probably my favorite thing to do in the whole world. And the coolest thing about blacksmithing is the world it revolves around. They so badly want the craft to continue and to propagate with new generations. They're so willing to help. They're just like the nicest people I've ever met, and they really care about their craft. I mean, people care about their craft, don't get me wrong, but that's the one I've had the most hands-on experience in, where even big name, like really famous ones in that world, they're super polite, super kind, helpful. Like, you could private message a lot of them, and they'll respond with a lot of resources. And if they can't help you, they'll refer you to, like, other smiths. It's awesome. Oh, thank you. Right on. That's really cool. What kind of projects have you guys started working on? And do you guys have blacksmith books yet? There's some really cool ones out there. And yeah, I might do a couple passes this way. Oh, maybe, we'll see. No, that grain's a little wild. I have to do it from. I'll work it as I go. I gotta get my needle nose pliers now. What the French? Okay, let's see if I miss any over here on TikTok. Nope, I didn't miss any. Here we go. Oh, that's really cool. There's actually a very good bladesmith in Maine. He's a master bladesmith. He just got his master bladesmith stamp last year, I believe. He is one of my absolute favorites. Actually, I'll show you something I made. I made this knife. I don't know if you ever heard of a guy named Jason Knight or Nick Rossi, but Nick Rossi is the one in Maine. He does a lot of classes, and he's super cool. But this is a knife that I made from a file. I make all my knives out of files, or repurposed steels. And I made this after I watched a Nick Rossi video and a Jason Knight elemental knife, is what he calls it. It's elemental because he only puts in bevels on the top, and you forge the middle, like you bring it in like a fuller, I guess you could say. But anyway, yeah, this was made with the inspiration of two makers that I look up to greatly. And but yeah, Nick Rossi, Rossi, he's in Maine. He has a Facebook, and I think he has a website. He does just really cool stuff. He's so daring. He's just an amazing artist, to be completely honest. And I really look up to that guy. Sorry guys, I had to blow my nose really quick. I was getting out of control in a hurry. But it reminds me, if you guys ever seen the movie Ratatouille, where he says only the fearless can be great, or only the fearless can be great. In realms of art, Nick is absolutely fearless. And he's also really into working with titanium, which is particularly wild. In the blacksmith world, that guy is like a renegade. So, but yeah. What's the weather like where you're at right now? I'm in Detroit, and we actually are having a pretty mild winter so far. Get it checked, see where I'm at on things. I don't actually really measure anything. I do it all with my hands, all by feel. Alright, let's do a little bit on this side. To some, that's, what is it, sacrilege? And I get it. I see why they feel that way. But it's just, I don't know. It's just the way I roll. I like having tuned hands, I guess you could say. We had some snow recently. I think we got like a few inches, 2 or 3 inches. And we had it actually for a few days, because lately it's been melting away pretty quickly. So it was pretty cool to have it around while we did. It was just after Christmas, actually. I actually need to get my solid fuel forge set up. I actually have it. I don't think you can see it in the picture. It's just behind the vise, but I have it here, and I need to get that squared away and get that like the last heat treat on it. I love using coal if I have the choice, or actually charcoal's my favorite. So what are you making? All right, actually, because I got to do some adjusting. Let's show you. So there's this new thing at the Renaissance Festival. They call them battle spoons. Here is a battle spoon. This is one that's made out of pine.
This is one I'm going to keep probably for my house. And then here's one that's made out of white oak. That will be going to, I think they call them Rennies. And this will be her battle spoon at the Ren Fair. You can see these things are beastly. And I'm 5'3", and they're both just this one's right about my height. You can't tell with my hat. This one's just a smidgen taller than me, the oak one. But no, I'm making battle spoons, or a battle spoon rather. Let me check the. All right. Yeah, let's just do it this way. Get it one plane at a time. Didn't cost me a dime. You know it's me when I run through. Something I learned with planing, because I've actually only used this thing. Yeah, I know, right? Battle spoons are sick. I'm actually making another one after this. But what I've learned, so this is like I've only ever used a hand plane ever, really, on what I'm working on. And then the one I just showed you. And my test piece, so 3 things, and that's all I've ever used it on. So everything I'm doing, even though I've like watched videos and whatnot, it's still a lot of hands-on, direct to me learning, and it's pretty wild what I'm learning. And one of them is with planing. If it's fighting you one way, try it from the other direction, and that usually seems to work. I can usually get, and you get a little knot right there. Work it pretty well. There we go. Working that knot. Woo! That grain is so wild. It just comes in like 8 ways from Sunday. I don't know if you guys can tell or not. But let me see, right in here, that is just absolutely angry. They've taken a vengeance out on Paul Bunyan. Got my side of my hand. My goal is to actually have this like planed tonight. What time at the town I've been live? Yeah, for like my goal is to have this planed by the time 9 o'clock ish rolls around, and I might be able to get there. So that's my goal. We shall see. Okay, and then Balkan. She's making battle stones. I'm not sure who that is. The Balkan. Oh, the Balkan in the Wild. Heard someone's making something pretty badass. I came running. Oh, hi, Balkan. The Balkan in the Wild. I like Balkan food a lot. And yeah, okay, yeah, for Renaissance Festival. I don't know if I showed. You saw. Hold on. This is one of my walking sticks that's actually seasoning. I need to put that in a better spot. So this is a battle spoon. This one's 5 feet. Well, it's going to be 5 feet 3 inches when it's finished. And it's this was made almost 100% with hand tools. Same with this one. This one had a little bit of Dremel work, but it was almost entirely like scooped out with a hand gouge. But yeah, here's this. I'm gonna show you. There you go. That's me. I'm actually like 5'3.75 inches. Apparently those 0.75 inches matter. That is the last time that level goes there. I need to put better magnets on that thing. I have some, I just don't know if they'll fit. Anyway, back to it. Backside of this thing right here. Let's do it. Actually, it's kind of funny because I've been working it now for a little while, and it's It's actually getting kind of warm. Like, I didn't expect it to get that warm. Like, I mean, it's friction and all, but the things you learn as you work with tools. Like I said, it's not my first time, but oh, hang on, let me see if I can get this curly one. I don't know if that's one entire one. I think that's close, maybe, I don't know. But that's just one curly. Oh, that's two curlies. That's so cool. I love seeing how these hand tools just like do what they're supposed to do, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, they also make like I said, battle forks and battle butter knives. I'm gonna try. I cut that too small, so I can't make a battle fork with it. But anyway, so this is a hand plane. It's called the Stanley Handyman. I think it's from like the 1940s, 1950s. I'm just going by like the logo, so I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, this is what I'm using, and that must be the shop brownie. But, so I actually do have an electric belt sander, like a handheld one, and I almost broke down and started using it on this. I was so close, and it was like getting ready to walk to the basement and grab it type deal. And then as I was walking to the basement, I remember I had one of these, and I was just like, okay, I got it for, you know, pennies on the dollar at a flea market. Is it really worth seeing if it can be brought back? Because it wasn't in the best shape when I got it. And I was just like, you know what? Give it a shot. So I got my whetstones out, and my whetstones go from 400 to 3,000. And I took this all down, and I cleaned it up, and then I took the blade and I ran it through all the paces, and I put it to work, and it was like, oh, that's what this tool does. And I couldn't believe how quickly I was blowing through mass with just this. And it was so much faster than I ever expected. Like, the belt sander could have done it, but I couldn't even imagine how many belts I'd have gone through, because like I said, this is oak, and oak keeps you honest. And it would take quite a few belts to get through this. And so far, just one of these. So, is it red oak? No, close. It is white oak. Move you down a little bit. Actually, you know what? I'll just move this. Actually, I gotta check it, see where I'm at. Like I said, I do everything by eye and feel. It's just I don't know why, it's just the way I roll. I got a lot to do on, you know, let's just get the spoon in there. Let's do that. Deal with that. That should work. Okay, you guys can see? Good. Alright, and the Balkan in the Wild says, that's pretty badass, making out of tools and not breaking down to use the new stuff. Thanks, guys. It's... I have a thing with, like, old ways. Like, actually, so we'll say, by trade, I'm a massage therapist. I did do welding for a while. That was, like, 25 years ago. But I'm actually a massage therapist. And what got me into massage was actually, all I need is my hands, pretty much. And it's an old way, and I just love the old ways that humans found to treat things, make things, and so it's just something I've been drawn to my whole life. Well, this little critter's tough. I got a knot right here, or I'm not sure what it is, but something was getting its rocks in there. I might actually have to hand rasp that one. We'll see. I might get it. Little by little. There we go. It's starting to work its way around. Okay, that's actually looking pretty good. Now let's try to go back this way. Oh, and it tore out on me. Oh, what a bugger. That is a downside. Every now and again you can get tear out, and I got some. Hopefully that doesn't get in the way. But that's where a little bit of wood putty can come into play. Yep, that whole spot. And if I didn't introduce myself, I'm Rachel, by the way, and I'm out of Detroit, Michigan. Okay, let's see. And then the Balkan in the Wild says, that's pretty fast, making out old tools and not breaking. Oh, you already said that. And then Mainly Off Grid says, yes, I agree, impressive. And then the Balkan in the Wild agreed. I think we've lost the art of the old way, which I think makes things 100 times better. It certainly is. Actually, I think we're in. This is not my thought. This actually comes from a maker I really look up to. And he feels we're actually on the eve of a handmade renaissance. And I think he's actually correct. I've been noticing, like, makers fairs. Actually, I'm going to take a quick breather. So I'm going to sit down and chat for a minute. But no, he believes we're on the eve of a handmade renaissance because, we had the Industrial Revolution, and that mechanized a lot of things. And it, we're about 150 years, I think it lasted. And some say we're in the tech world, and yes, we are, obviously, we're talking this way. But I think there's like a resurgence in wanting things that are not like 1 out of 10,000, like why not like 1 of 1? I mean, like, here's a fun one that people do. Oh, Mainly Off Grid, this is a really fun one to make with the kids. An herb chopper. This is made out of a file. You might be able to see on this side the file teeth that were originally there. But all these files are, so kind of uncanny we're talking about this, is all of these files that I use, or almost all of them I should say, are out of the Industrial Revolution. They're out of the Rust Belt of America. They're almost, I think they're actually all out of business, but maybe like Nicholson and Simmons. And I actually think, I could be wrong, but I think this one's made out of a file that was actually made in Detroit. And since this is, where I'm born and raised, this is the file company I seek out specifically as Hayes brand. Oh, it bit me. I just noticed it. Gotta feed the guys, as they say. Okay. Thank you for subscribing, for sure. Is a screen from underground you can't see? Shays. No. It is in a tiny little shed, 80 square feet. And I'm in Michigan. I apologize, you can't see anything. I'll clean my camera off. That's the best I can do for you. I'm feeling like, what's his name? Rick Harrison from the Pawn Stars. It's the best I can do for you. Alright. Let's do some more planing. Actually, let's get an eye on where we're at. So I don't get too out of whack and have to start a new one. That would not be fun. I have been there, though, let me tell you. I think it's one of those things we all have to do ourselves so we don't get too emotionally attached to things, though. Which I certainly have over the years. yeah, I do bladesmithing. It is blurry. That's interesting. Hang on. Is it? All right, hang on. Is it blurry or is it like pixelated? Because I've had some like pretty terrible service actually out here. I'm running on like a mesh internet system. And some days it seems to do really well, and then other days it seems to like kind of jump in and out. Oh, here's the high spot. All right. Oh, that one's gonna be trouble. Let's try and get this taken care of. Responded pretty good. Oh, cool. That actually responded pretty good. Better than I expected. Oak, I'm learning, because I haven't worked with it much in like this premise of using like a planer, that it can be stringy, I guess you could say. And like if you catch a bite, you can, well, like I showed you, well, I did some tear. I don't know if you guys can see it that well. But yeah, it can bite you pretty good. Sounds a little bit temperamental there. I don't know about you guys, but when I start moving, my nose starts running. And mine's definitely starting to run. So I'm like, fuck over here. That's interesting. Yeah, pixelated. And I don't know what's causing it. Like, there's some videos, I'll upload them, like, after live, and they're just as good. I'd like to say as clean as ever like they are now, but obviously I'm a little blurry, which I really don't get. And then there are days where I upload them, and it is like straight up Mario Brothers, man. Okay. I gotta knock this side down. Oh, yep. That side's got a lot of tear out, so I gotta be a bit delicate with this. Balkan in the Wild says, I was told the grain pattern makes it that way because of the two main grains, vertical and horizontal grain, is what makes it tough. I mean, you know, very possible. Like, so like this spot right here, this is like where there might have been like a little, what do they call them, like suckers growing out right here. Let me see if I can show you. Let's see how close I can get. But like, they kind of like come in like a V. And knots, they can just be really difficult. And let me, here's, you can see, is this right here? Let me see, let me move my water bottle. This right here, you can see there's a lot of tear out right there. And this spot right here, if you can see, it's got some pretty good tear out. And then there's that. Do not fall from, you just be good. And there's this one, that's some pretty good tear out. But I'm hoping, with the way I'm shaping the handle, it will be enough to kind of work it down to a more aesthetically appealing appearance. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. And yeah, I mean, like wild grain is definitely problematic. I think it's on the other side where they were like kind of like coming through like this, like an S, like a sweeping S kind of, and that was keeping me honest. Let me tell you, that was not fun to contend with. Yep, there's a tear out I was waiting for. It got a little bit right there. Luckily, that stuff usually sands out no problem. Oop, that one does not like going that way. Oop, gotta tighten that up. I actually earlier went live and did a full cleaning of everything off my bench that I didn't need on here. There's so much stuff on here. And then all my... Oh, I gotta sweep up now, actually, now that we're talking about it. All the oak shavings, I gotta, like, if I don't sweep up as I go, I start walking on the, I call them chips, I don't actually know what they're called, and I don't know, it like feels so weird under my feet. It's just the strangest feeling. So I'm gonna be doing some cleanup real quick, and actually be because this is white oak, I'm gonna use these shavings and probably smoke some meat with them. Oak is one of my favorite woods I've ever used for smoking. Actually, red oak specifically. That was, I read about people using it, and red oak can smell like particularly like really, really bad. Like when they make furniture out of it, like it takes like a good month or so to get that stuff out of just its system, I guess you could say. My mom always wanted everything made out of red oak growing up, so oh god, our house could smell like that when that furniture was fresh, and it's so bad. So I was kind of leery about using red oak to smoke meat with. Turns out it's actually amazing, and I had a bunch I got from my neighbor, and he ended up passing away unfortunately, so I couldn't ask him where he got it, because it's not the easiest wood to come by actually down in lower Michigan. Sometimes you get it in the grab packs at liquor stores and stuff. I always look when I am around, and yeah, anyway, red oak, that is a really good one, and white oak is not bad either. And like a lot of people are like, you know, cherry is the best, and cherry is pretty good, don't get me wrong, but the best smoke I ever had was a mix of woods. It was like maple, red oak, apple, pear, And I think that was actually it. And it was so good. Did chicken wings actually, little wing dings. You get like, I don't know, Buffalo Wild Wings, and it was super cool because it actually turned the wings like a really cool kind of a light strawberry pinkish color. And the people that had them were asking us what we seasoned them with, and we didn't actually season them with anything. And it was just the smoke, and it was just so good. Okay, all right. I'll take all that. I'll sweep off the floor now. Okay, let's see. So actually, yes, I do smoke meats. And the thing about cold smoke versus hot smoke, I don't actually know the difference between the two. I was told I do cold smoke because I try to do it about like 200 to 250, but then I was told that's hot smoke, so I don't actually know. I that's one of the things, even though I like doing it, and I follow some meat smoking groups. That's one of the things I never picked up on. You know, like how rudimentary, and I don't even know. Like, nerd, the big nerd. Man, does water taste good when you're thirsty. Holy moly. Oh, that's definitely not what I do. What? Could you explain this process to me if you're willing? I'm all ears. Like I like to smoke the wings I was just talking about. It took me, I think I smoked them for about an hour and a half, something like that. And I think yeah, and then afterwards threw them in the air fryer. That made them awesome. I made the skin like this super fun, crispy vibe. Get this in so I get a better taper. My girlfriend's brother-in-law, his family is from the Balkans and Albania, and they make these things. They in their language it just translates to meat logs, and they are absolutely amazing. I don't know what part of the Balkans you're from or what your heritage is, but man, you guys got some seriously good food. I actually go to there's a liquor store just outside of Detroit that is like a Balkan grocery store, and it's awesome. Like, I couldn't believe the stuff they had there. It is so, and they even have like alcohols and stuff, beer and whatnot from that part of the world. And my favorite one is Raki. I love Raki. Let's see what I'm at on that taper. My hand is actually, I don't know if you guys can tell, my hand is actually bruised a bit. You can see like right there. That's actually from my, this thing from the back of it right here, hitting it. I'm doing it a little too aggressively. I'm gonna guess that's what that means. Oh, Croatian. Okay. 96. Okay. I went to school with some Albanians that came here the same time frame. My sister, I have several sisters. My sister dated a Croatian. Yeah, he's actually from, his family's from Kostrici. I still gotta do this. It was actually, as a kid, my dad, when my dad was a kid, he had this friend he grew up with. He was, he's still with us. He's half Armenian, half Croatian. And his dad had this hero. Just thought he was the greatest thing. And he told my dad about him. He goes, "You guys have Thomas Edison, he's great." I wish I could do his accent. It was just such an adorable accent. And he goes, "But we got our own guy." He goes, "We have Nikola Tesla." And that was like the coolest person I learned about as a kid. That was like, since I've been a kid, him and George Washington Carver, what amazing people. Just absolute amazing inventors. Obviously, as you know, I'm sure. But, yep, I'll never forget when my dad learned about Nikola Tesla, and he went and got all these books, which at the time were actually really hard to find here. And he had to order them special and all that, and I was reading them with them, and absolutely brilliant, man. Wait, what? Oh, I missed something. Dump the water. Well, okay, so when you cold smoke, you lots of water and garlics and salt and meats for 21 days. That, it sounds like something. God, I had a friend that was really into making sausages and whatnot, and it was so cool walking into his garage. It was absolutely amazing. It was like walking on like a Hollywood set of like a sausage master, and I thought he did something like that. Anyway, I what an amazing sight to see stuff like that in real life. Take too much off, it'll throw the whole thing off. Let's see about that. Oh, that's pretty close. Nice. I got a little bit off this one. I'm gonna start trying to get this taper down, and that's at least how I do it. Is from the bottom up is how I can see better. I don't know. My mind tends to work in a back fighting. He is a firefighter, actually. Mainly off grid. Thank you for the great chat. Hopefully I see you soon on another live stream. I'll be watching you in your other videos. It has been an absolute pleasure. And you know what? Best of luck with you and your kids on your forging, adventure. It's just such a fulfilling thing. And like I said, Nick Rossi, Master Smith's name. Hopefully you guys get to take a class with them. Have a fantastic evening. All right. What time is it? Got 8. Okay. Get a little off this end right here. Let's just turn this. Okay. All right, yeah, we'll do that. Actually, there was 2 really good Croatian fighters. There was Steve Miocic, who was born here, I believe, and then Mir Kroka, I think is how you say his name. God, he is amazing. What a tough dude. I used to live in Cleveland for a while. There's a lot of Croatians there, actually. All right, so that's my house every fall. But once you hang the meat for 7 days, then you light a fire, and the smoke should be tolerable. When standing in the smoker, then you light. This is really freaking cool. I have got to look further into this. Like I said, my friend was doing something like this, and he was really into that long haul stuff. Actually, he had to do a year in prison over, crimes he committed, unfortunately. And it was like years before that he got in trouble for. It was horrible how it took so long to get him imprisoned. Anyway, so the mad scientist and genius man that he was decided to set up all of these cheeses and meats so they could do the long cure while he was doing his time. And when he came out of prison, all of his stuff was ready to go, and that was like the start of his business. It was called Felony Provisions. He unfortunately ended up passing away a few years after he got out from a heart attack. But before that, this guy was like I said, walking into his garage was like walking onto like a Hollywood set. Like you just like a Food Network challenge is like what you thought you were walking into, like the butcher's pantry. It's just so exciting. I just love it. Okay, so it's very interesting though. I'm very intrigued by this. Something I've been most intrigued by is, so in Detroit we have, it's actually Dearborn. It's just west of Detroit. And they have the largest Arab population in North America, so of course we get their food. They have a food, or a sausage, called sucuk. I think you guys have one in Croatia, very similarly named. I know the Albanians have one, and some of the others down there. Jesus, I almost fell over leaning on this. That would have been a funny video to clip. But anyway, it's called sucuk, and it's a fermented sausage. And I've only ever had that one that was fermented, and it like glows red. Yeah, is your guys is almost like a neon red? Because the Lebanese, theirs is like, it's honestly like electric red. And it is, God, is it so good. I love it. When I go to that Balkan market I was talking about I get their sucuk. I think you guys say like, well, the Albanians say like sujuk. I think anyway, you know what I'm talking about. And theirs is the Albanian stuff is not as red as the Lebanese, and it's a little bit different. And by the time I get it, it's they've already smoked it and everything, and it's like in actual sausage form. When I get it from the Lebanese, it's raw, and it has to be made like on the spot. Yeah, so you're from Croatia. My family friend, he's from Poland, and he's a chef, and he was a chef in the USSR. Actually, it's how it shows our age, and he was saying the same thing about how they'd like string sausages across the kitchen or like around the walls and stuff. And I guess that's what the Lebanese do, and they have a really interesting way of tying their sausage, unlike anything I've ever seen. It's like two pieces this way and then two pieces this way, and when you cut the middle, you'll have four sausages, and it's really clever to have a lot of meat in a very short space. But like I have the seasoning and everything for it, but I have not looked into how to ferment it the way they do. Yeah, with the Lebanese, I actually just bought what they call sucuk seasoning, and on its own, it's actually not bad. But it definitely doesn't have that like fermentation flavor to it, like it does once it's fermented in electric red. It's kind of crazy that it almost like glows in the dark. We all do it, and it's amazing how we still. You guys still do that, like you're saying in USA. You're in USA, right? Why not assume? Tear out right there. Look at some wild green. These little, like, it's interesting working with different woods. And when I was working with the pine, I was hitting these pockets of resin. And those resin pockets, oh my god, they'll like stop you in your tracks, and you look pretty silly. Almost like a cartoon. And so I'd hit them, and it'd be pretty wild. And I thought that'd be like the hardest thing. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to oak, it'll be hardwood, of course. And it should be a cakewalk. Well, oak has those wild grains, like I was saying, and that'll like stop you dead in your tracks too. So Daniel Phipps says, "Are you a carpenter?" Hello, by the way. No, I am not. I am actually a bladesmith, and I guess you could say massage therapist. This is me just working on a battle spoon. I haven't showed you guys what this is in a minute. So I'm making this one is white oak. This one is made out of pine, and it's about as tall as me, 5 feet 3 inches. And this is one. I think I'm gonna make this mine. I still have some cleaning up to do. When I'm gonna stain it, I think hang it in my house. So that's the battle spoon. And there goes my other magnet from Harbor Freight. And the Balkan says, "I'll be making the your plum brandy." Okay. What was it? Like I say, raki is what I've had from the Albanians, and that's only grapes. But what I've had that is similar to yours is not Slivovic, which is still pretty close, but rakia from Bulgaria, and that's pretty good. It's got the plums. It's a little bit different than raki from Albania, but I like it all. I love plum brandy. I love grape brandy. All of that. Let's see. Looks scarpy. Great camera skills. Thank you. Google Pixel 9a, I guess. I'll have to do a check on this again here in a minute. Do some sweeping too, but hydration. Yeah, I'm actually not a fan of the Polish Slivovica because it's often. Well, actually, I think you guys might do this. Do you age it in uncharred mulberry casks? Thanks. Actually, here's a cute little spoon I made earlier today. Look at this little guy. It's about a half a teaspoon. It's gonna be for my girlfriend's tea making. I'm gonna make a little bowl with it. I made it off when I had to remove mass to form the staff. Yeah, so the mulberry casks, it gives it an interesting flavor. I may have to try it again to try it out because the Balkans have they got their own flavor, you know, like because I'm Polish, so we got that like northern Central European vibe, and like there's a little bit of crossover, but not a ton. But there, where it matters, like with the Slivovica, and I had it years ago, but this was before I had Raki, and thank you TikTok, always doing the Lord's work, letting me know I'm smoking on screen. But anyway, there's been a few spirits I've revisited over the years that I wasn't a fan of, and that is one I've been kind of curious about trying again. So I actually might. Yeah, but you lose about 60%. Yeah, I got a friend that actually he's a moonshiner, and he makes like a Michigan whiskey, and he also made like a vodka. His vodka was the best vodka I've ever had in my entire life, and I like rye vodkas usually, but I can't really have rye alcohol. But I'm gonna have to give that Balkan store a shot because, like I said, they have Balkan liquors there, spirits, and they've had Croatian stuff. But I always went for Albanian and Macedonian because they had the raki. And then who is it? The Lebanese have one called Harak. They say it sounds so cool when they say it. I can't say it like them. But theirs is, I believe, still grapes, but it has a little bit of aniseed in it. So it's interesting in its own right. And I can say this with the Iraq from Lebanon, it keeps me up. I can't sleep. I'm not sure why. So if you have any of that, you've been warned. Oh, actually, I gotta check and see where I'm at. I'm getting there, little by little. Got a high spot right there. Oh, of course I do. That's a knot. Let's get this down here. Yeah, like, basically. Swap out a little bit of this with a little bit of that. Back a little bit the other way. Yep, tear out. You brat. You can see, I don't know if you can tell, but that's a piece of tear out. And either way, it's not a smooth, crisp little, strip. It's got some end to it. That's starting to round off nice. It's not so oblong. It's starting to kind of round off. Alright. We got this spot right here. Let's see. Oh man. Thought I had it first. I did it. Okay, let's try that. Thank you, I appreciate that. So my friend's dad, I was telling you about, because his dad was from Croatia, the one that told us about Nikola Tesla. This guy, so it must be the Croatian mind. Like I said, my sister that dated a Croatian. Whenever he did things, it was always bigger, like over-engineered, as we like to call it. And so my dad's friend's dad, he had this house up in like central Michigan, and he always had it kind of under construction. He was always building this thing up, And my dad went up there to help him one day when they got older, to do I think put a roof on it. And my dad was telling me when he went down into the basement, like basements you'll have like like the pillars or whatever holding it up, but this guy had pillars that were like, I think my dad said they were like 3 feet by 3 feet, completely like solid brick or whatever. And my dad was like, I can't remember his dad's. I think his name was Victor, and he's like, Victor, what? Actually, last name is Pliza, if you know that name from Croatia. And he goes, Mr. Pliza, why are your basement pillars so big? And he goes, what if I want to go up 17 floors? And the funny thing was, he wasn't actually joking. He meant it. Like, when my dad helped him put a roof on it, he already took the house from one floor, just a little one-room cabin kind of thing, to like 3 or 4 floors up at that point. Like, this guy was always doing crazy stuff. And when he was like 70 years old, because he was in a town called Standish, Michigan, which is up in the middle of nowhere, and he would go on the Standish River, and this 70-year-old man was rowing or paddling his canoe against the current. And that was just how this guy was. Like, if there was a hard way to do it, he chose that way. He did not do anything the easy way. Oh, so Futz Bucket says, what are you making? I'll show you in a second. So the Croatians, you guys got a heck of a work ethic. Very impressive. So I'm making a battle spoon. A battle spoon is this new cool thing at Renaissance festivals. This one's 5 feet 3 inches, or it will be when it's finished. I keep saying the wrong height. It's about 5 feet. It's as tall as me. That's all that matters. And what they do with these at Renaissance festivals is, like, this one is like the staff version. Where's my wee one at? Do I still have that around here? I might have actually taken that inside. I was using it to show people the size differences of different ones that were made. There it is. There's the Dennis Beetle. This is the first one I ever made. I made it as like a test run. It's about 18 inches long. And this, I guess, was kind of like the original idea behind the battle spoon, where they'd like go in their belt and they'd walk around with a big old spoon on them. And then someone would say, challenge you to a duel, and you draw it out and you battle with your spoon. And then the girl that wants this, well, the one I'm making, she wanted a staff. So she wanted straight up like pole arm. She's a really tall girl. She's like 5'9", so she's getting the behemoth. And that is the battle spoon. Leave it to the Ren Fair to come up with like the coolest, most whimsical stuff. Okay, so it's a Croatian thing. Yeah, like my dad still talks about his friend's dad with just such reverence. It just, like I said, pillars. What if I want to go up 17 floors? And he meant it. Like, what an inspiring guy, to say the least. Okay. I still can't believe how well this tool just works for this. And like, I know it's what it's supposed to do, but we're so used to like electronic or electrical tools, power tools. And then I have this affinity for hand tools, and I start putting them to work with no experience, mind you. And I'm just kind of like, dang, it just removes mass so quickly. I actually thought about doing it with a draw knife, but I'm not the best with those. And I kind of wish I would have put it to a test to see how well I could have applied it. But I ended up going with the hand plane. Wow, there's a lot of tear out there. Holy moly, that whole spot is angry. Sheesh. I think I insulted their kids. And what's really amazing is this is a spot that's tearing out, don't get me wrong, but it's kind of working its way over it and working its away little by little. I say kinda, not entirely. So don't nail me to the cross too much. I keep taking breaks because I actually was doing hand sawing a few days ago, and it beat the brakes off me, to put it lightly. So I'm taking more breaks today so I don't feel completely wrecked. Like yesterday, I wanted to go live yesterday. Nope, I was toast. My shoulders were completely out. Okay, we're good here. Alright, so it says it's amazing what the old tools can do. They don't make them like that. No, they sure don't. And it makes me happy that I'm able to find them at like estate sales and flea markets. I love flea markets and junk shops. They're my absolute favorite thing in the world to go to. It's just so much fun. I just went to one. I went on Sunday. That is what I did on Sunday. I went to a junk shop. I got some hand files and a drill bit, and then I watched Christmas movies. Because I'm that person. Woo! That tear out. Gotta come at that from another angle. Go back the other way. And something kind of humorous about the hand plane is I can't remember the movie. Oh, I remember the movie. It's actually a Christmas movie, and it's called Christmas Story, and it's the Finnish telling of Christmas. A really good movie if you guys can find it, by the way. It's just called Christmas Story. It's my favorite Christmas movie of all time. I don't want to give too much away, but the kid becomes orphaned, and he gets taken in by a woodworker, a toy maker, makes them all out of wood. And he shows the kid how to use a hand plane, and he's doing it wrong. He's like just kind of pushing, and he goes, no, Nicholas. He go, like this. And I was thinking about that when I was making the other battle spin I was showing you guys, because that was where I really got to like put some things to use. And I started actually trying to employ what he was saying in the movie of you do it just kind of like this position or even a little bit lower, but at the end you pull up a little bit. And wouldn't you know it, it actually works. It makes a huge difference, and it stops a lot of tear out. And like I said, I'm like very new to it, so I'm still kind of forgetting some techniques, and it actually works. So if you guys ever use hand planes, keep that in mind. You can actually, like as you do it, push off and up. Like Santa taking off with the reindeer. Okay, all right then. Hey, likewise, absolutely fantastic. That cold smoke, that's some cool stuff. So I hope you have a fantastic night. Look forward to talking to you again. That's droga. This is where I need spoke shape to get up there and tight. High and tight. Holy cow. Let's see. Let's actually go there. Where are you guys all out tonight, by the way? I'm Rachel. I'm out of Detroit, like I said. And Carhartt is also from Detroit. Hamilton Carhartt originally started his company as an automaker, a really nice automaker from that as well. He had some of the best, most finely crafted automobiles of the era, and I think he only made them for like 2 or 3 years. But at the time he made them, they were revered above actually Lincoln, which is hard to do. But nope, his were. And then I believe he got into the clothing industry, the workwear industry. I think it had something to do with his employees needing better clothes, if I recall, like more protective. And I think that's where it started. It's time to sweep up. I don't know about you guys, but as I work on things, like when I'm doing woodwork, I have to sweep up as I go. I don't like walking on top of wood chips. I don't know what the deal is. Like sawdust, I don't care, but when I'm doing like planing, I've learned I have to sweep those up frequently. I don't know about you guys, but I'm planning on smoking some wood with these shavings, actually. You'll call them shavings. I keep calling them chips, but I think I'll call them shavings. Because when you're planing off like a shaving. And I don't know if you guys ever seen like the Japanese planes, but they have some of the most amazing wood planing skills I have ever seen. They can plane wood so thin it's almost see-through. And not only is it so thin, but they can go such long lengths. It's absolutely incredible. Their attention to detail. Okay, now we got that out of the way. I have a whole bag filled up with chips pretty much at this point. And since I showed you guys the battle spoon, I'm going to show you the cute little teaspoon I made. It's about a half a teaspoon. I made it actually just having some fun. I actually got this new tool today, or a few days ago. This little burr right here. It's called a Cuts-All burr. And it's the extreme coarseness, which means extra coarse, I guess. And I didn't carve the whole thing with it, but I actually carved a lot of it actually with this. And then the burr I just showed you and my big old belt sander. Not everything I do is by hand. Some things I still do with power tools. It is so trippy on my old phone because I got Facebook Live over here too. And like my face is like glowing, like ethereal. And then over here I just look like me. I'm actually impressed with the amount of ground I've covered tonight. I've got probably about 9 o'clock I'll be done. I was thinking of only doing about 45 minutes, but once you get in like the swing of things, you know what I mean, you can just keep rocking and rolling. I'm actually gonna take a breather so I don't overwork my arms. Last time I overworked my arms, I got what do they call it? Not gamekeeper's thumb, tennis elbow. And I got it from hammering too much. I was blacksmithing with a hammer that I can use at the time, but not at the rate I was using it. Speaking of, I need to get that hammer readjusted. It's like a 6-pound, kind of like a sledge. It's not really a sledge. It's kind of like, actually, I don't even know what kind of hammer it is. It was handmade, I know that much. And it's actually pretty friggin' awesome, but I gotta drift it, get all that stuff going. Alright, last time I went live, my mom came on. It was kind of cute. It was fun to talk to her. We'll end that. I'm going to go over to Instagram. You guys want to give me a follow on Instagram? Same name. Forge the Femme. And I don't know what that was. Oh, my aunt being a ham. That's what my family does best. Let's see, battle. spoon number 2. Metal forks. I guess I'm kind of being misleading right now since I'm just hanging out here, just talking to you guys, smoking my stogie while I'm dealing with this. When I'm done, I'm actually going to stain this kind of like a walnut brown, like a really nice deep brown. I'm pretty excited about that. The girl that I'm making this for, her friend, I think hers was actually made out of walnut, which if it was, that's so cool because it's not easy to come across planks of walnut that are almost 6 feet long. And her friend got one somehow. I don't know. Like I even called the wood guy in my area who he gets so many cool planks of wood and stuff, and he can't even get anything domestic like that for at least 3 weeks if he can even get it. So the fact that that girl has that is super cool. And it's just one solid piece of walnut, but this is going to be potato skin is actually the color it's going to be. You know what? On here, let's just have to battle the spoon out. Actually, we can do battle spoon. Where'd you go? Where did I put that thing? How do you see this one? So this is my second battle, or my first battle spoon, and this is actually my a walking stick I've made out of autumn olive. And I love making walking sticks. Like half the fun of making walking sticks for me is actually finding the wood, or patches of wood. Like this is autumn olive from Northeast Michigan, where it's extremely invasive. It's extremely invasive in almost all of North America, but it makes a really nice walking stick. And this one I think is like 49 inches or so. It's the perfect, to me, it's like the perfect weight. You don't want a walking stick that's like too heavy. It does fatigue you quite a bit. But yep, this one's out of autumn olive. Autumn olive. There's the one I was looking for. This one is particularly cool. For me at least it is. Because I don't actually know what kind of wood this is made out of. Because I got this when there was arborists that were doing some trimming in a park. And this was cut that day. And the best guess I have is like rowan, maybe, or holly, which is typically more commonly found in Ireland and the UK. But this was found in Southeast Michigan, and it's one of my favorite sticks I have ever made. And this one, I think they're the same height. Yeah, pretty close. Both of them pretty close to 49 inches. And I like to do a wrap of hemp on the handle for a nice grip. For me, that's part of the cool, fun times of it all. But yeah, I've never really seen a wood that color before. So if you guys have any idea, let me know. Like I said, I think it's either holly or rowan. There's another species they have that's kind of a blonde color, and I can't remember what it's called right now because, like I said, we just don't get that here. But it's got a nice weight. It's very strong. It's a very stout stick, and you can tell there's like a noticeable difference between the two weights. And hazel, that's the other one the Irish use. Hazel. So hazel, holly, and rowan. Hey, there's 3 kids' names. They have a little bit of weight to them. This one's got weight. It's a strong stick, and I just wish I could tell which one it is of the 3, or if it even is one of the 3. Alright, that stogie is out. I'll put these back up. Oh, that won't do it. I gotta get my noose back. Hang it back up. Ah, almost just fell off the back of my chair. That would have been embarrassing. Funny, but embarrassing. Wait, oh, wait. Okay. There we go. something like that. I'll fill my water. If you guys haven't had any water in a while, consider having a drink. Hydration is a wonderful thing. This is how I roll. I usually have like 2 water bottles. This is a ½ gallon. When I come out here to my workspace, I have a full ½ gallon, and I have, what's this, 32 ounces, so a ¼ gallon. And I try to, by the time I leave, if I'm out here for several hours, have it consumed almost fully, if not entirely. It is amazing how much better I sleep when I'm thoroughly hydrated. Alright. Oh, I must have got my hand again. Bleeding. I didn't even realize it. When you get in the swing of things, it's amazing how you just don't even realize the injuries you sustain. It's still high right there. Why am I still high there? Okay. And as I was saying, I'm doing it all with a hand plane. Not all, but like the major shaping, all with a hand plane. Oh man, if I can get a little bit further this way, that'd be nice. Come on. Yikes. Come on now. Alright, it's stuck. Oh, there we go. Got it out. Well, you guys are awfully quiet tonight. I don't blame you though. I like lurking when people are working on things. It's just kind of, I don't know, nice background. Okay. Let's see where I'm at on things. It's getting there. I got a high side right here. Let's see. Yeah, right there. By the way, to the newcomers, I'm Rachel. I'm out of Detroit, Michigan. I'm making a battle spoon. And if you guys were not here a little while ago when I showed you, this is a battle spoon. It's about 5 feet 3 inches. About as tall, I'm 0.75 inches taller than this. That 3/4 of an inch always matters. But this one's made out of pine. This one that I'm working on is made out of white oak. So thank you for tuning in. Give me a like and a subscribe. I'm always going live. I talk about life, handcrafting, world history, artisanship. I love it all. I love world history. Especially amongst bladesmithing of yesteryear. These parts of the world can have some really beautiful styles, and I love talking about it. It's one of the most fun parts about going to the big knife shows, is you're surrounded by a bunch of people that just love talking about knives, cutlery, all kinds, and some even make old stuff. Oh, Susan, hello. How are you? Where am I live? I have to be live on Instagram if I'm talking to you, right? We're on Instagram, right, Susan? Correct me if I'm crazy. Oh, Mama, you're tearing it. Okay. Yeah. We're on Instagram. I'm good. I'm getting staff shaped on the second battle spoon. I think I was cutting this. Was I cutting this out last time we talked? I might have been. Who knows? I'm always working on something. That's all I know. Alright, so let's go that way. Oh man, I kind of lost my spot. Let me see. Okay, there we go. Right here. Right on top of that knot. These knots, I tell you. Oh, that's some tear out going on there. Sheesh. This one's just like, I say, like insulted their first child. Woo! There's the tear out I'm talking about. That just happened. What are you gonna do? Yeah, I got the shaver thing. The plan is the battle spoon. Susan knows what's up. She's been along for the battle spoon ride for quite a while now. She's been around since way before the battle spoon. Actually, so when I was cutting off the pieces to get like the really rough shape, I saved all of my pieces because I feel like I will probably smoke some wood with it. Or I keep saying smoke some wood, smoke some meat. God, who smokes wood? I don't know. Apparently I do. But anyway, I got this super cool new tool. Oh yeah, that's what we were talking about last time I was out here. The what do you call it? Pointy sandpaper. I got it now. I got the tool. This is the pointy sandpaper you were talking about, and so I put it to use today. And I took a scrap, little tiny piece, just a little, about this big, and yeah, tear out, you ain't lying. But I made a little spoon. It's very rough in its shape, but I actually did this really fast. Like, I think it was about 20 minutes I put into it, just from a little rectangular block. And it's about a half a teaspoon. And my girlfriend's actually going to use it for her tea making, because she said it was so on the money. And yeah, it's just a little cutie. Look at that. And she wants me to make her like a bowl now, and which I actually have a lot of wood to do that with. And I might do that, and I might do like, if I think I have enough to do like layers between them that are different colors. I try to use like only the natural wood colors because there's so many colored woods out there. And like there's actually on, what was it, Extreme Makeover Home Edition, one of the guys made a American flag with red, white, and blue wood. And I think he did it with red heart and I think white ash or like basswood. And I can't remember what the blue was. I wish I could find that. It was like so beautiful though. It was just absolutely amazing to see that could be done entirely with just the color of the wood, no stain at all of any kind. And take that to the next round. That is the absolute hopes and dreams, and I hope this will actually serve the girl well that I'm making this for. I intend to make myself one. Actually, this is the original battle spoon. It's obviously not cut out, but it's from the same board stock that these are from. And yeah, so this will probably become another battle spoon. I'm a little sad though, I will say that, because I want to make a battle fork, which I still might, but I gotta wait for my wood guy to get his new shipment in of domestics, because I want to make them out of like oak and walnut if I can, or ash. Really hard to get ash in Michigan, but it'd be really cool if I could. I think the Louisville Sluggers are made out of ash. I could be wrong. Oh, and it's time to sweep up. Where I grew up in Michigan, ash was kind of like our primary towering giant of trees, and this thing called the emerald ash borer came to town with all its evil glory and took out, in my yard alone, which was it was pretty much like ash and walnut. And when we first moved there, it was like a very heavily forested yard. It was amazing. And then that little beetle came in and made themselves a new sheriff in town, and they took, God, probably 40 or 50% of our trees. And the cool thing about the ash is they're very slow growing. And I was at my parents' yard foraging about 2 summers ago, and I was seeing a mushroom there called an ash bolete. And they almost exclusively grow around ash trees. And I'm like, okay, there's a dead ash here. It's been dead for many years. Because my dad actually, he when he found out that beetle was really tearing things up, he had a sawmill guy come out, and he had it all turned into lumber for him. So my dad pretty much has a lifetime supply now of ash lumber. But anyway, when I was out there, I saw this cool little tree. And yeah, borer beetles do suck. And I saw this tree out there. It's probably about 6 feet tall, you know, like a sapling. And I think that's what they're called. A youngling, we'll call it that. And I was looking it up, and I was doing like the whole Google lens and all that, and it was saying it was an ash. And I'm like, what? It's an ash. They're not supposed to be able to like live right now. Well, like I was saying, what's cool about ash taking so long to grow is it seems that that little beetle is particularly partial to mature ashes. And so the tree I saw actually is an ash. And it is believed that the ash trees will make a comeback in America because it takes so long for them to grow into maturity that they think that the beetles will die off and we will have the mighty ash back in America. So I don't know if it will happen. They're not entirely sure yet, but they're pretty sure it will make a comeback. And I think that's so exciting. That just makes me really happy because it's really good, strong, tough wood, and it is some of the best firewood I have really ever used. It burns so hot and so clean. Alright. Might have to start. Yeah, let's try it. Start trying to do some shaping. But yeah, that was really exciting news, and I learned all about it because I went foraging one day and saw something that didn't seem quite right. Oh, actually, I think I'm gonna plane the bowl shape in. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try to. I actually got a bruise on my hand from all the planing, and well, not all the planing, but like, well, part of it is poor mechanics. Not entirely knowing what I'm doing, but come on, and go. All right, now we're back in business. But let me see. I don't know if you could tell so well now, but right, it's somewhere around here. But anyway, I got a bruise in there, and it's from like when I'm hitting those knots, and it like really causes my hand to hit it. Man, it's bruising my hand. All right, so let's see what we can do here. That's a lot better. Like, it's not planing so good here, it's kind of tearing out. But this is, yeah, it's planing actually pretty nice. And actually, as a kid, we used to heat our house with ash. And so we had to split wood. And splitting ash, that is the stringiest wood I've ever split in my life. Like, you can get a really clean split on it, and it'd break right in half. And then you go to pull it apart, and it'd be all these like weird strings holding it together. You had to like take it and break it through the rest of them. Yeah, work hazard. Yeah, I guess technically that's what it is. What time is it? 8:35. Okay. Oh, get in. Can I get? Oh, let's try it. I might actually be able to get in there a little bit. Nope, nope, not like I thought. Oh well. Hey, that actually gets like at your shoulders a little bit. Okay, a little bit more. Has a little bit of a burnout on the shoulders. I think it's time I light up a cheroot. I have me a. Okay. Have a great night. All right. With that said, what is all this water over here? What the devil is going on? It's like my cheroots are getting soaked in water. And this is why they say no dead air. It's so boring. You guys have hung around and I appreciate it, don't get me wrong. Hey guys, how's it going? To the ones that showed up, I'll show you what I'm working on. This is a battle spoon. This is what I'm working on right now. This is just a little bit smaller than me. I'm 5 feet 3.75 inches, if that matters. This is going to be 5 feet 3 inches when it is done. This will be hanging up proudly in my house. This will be serving the purposes of a runny at the Ren Fair in Michigan, which I'm super excited about. This one's made out of white oak. That one's made out of pine. Man, my shoulders are tired though, let me tell you. Those little short little sharp movements. Holy cow. They keep you honest. Ain't no doubt about that. Let's get you guys all the way over here. I can do it now that I got the whole workbench taken care of. That was a fun adventure today. Getting everything squared away again. And I've been doing it all with this tool right here. An old Stanley wood plane. It's called the Stanley Handyman. And my thoughts are it was made in probably maybe 40s, 50s, I'm not sure. But it's been a very cool tool, employing its abilities to making the battle spoon turn into a reality. It's impressive how much material these things can get through, to be completely honest. I haven't used an auto planer or hand sander or anything like that. Just this. That's it. got my forearm nice and tired. Okay. Wow. I'm following a line on my side, so that's how I'm getting my whole style going. I want to get as much of this. Actually, where's my cool rasp? Here's a rasp I have. This is actually made in Japan. And I guess that doesn't make it special, but my other rasp I use as well is made in Japan, but it is special because it's Japanese Shinto. They're the only ones I know of that have this. Very good rasp. It has 2 different coarsenesses on it. It's super cool. I will be using it on this battle spoon, and this is a half round, and I'll be using that actually right now to get this transition going. Oh, I still got a little ways to go. Let's actually see what this guy can do. To you guys just tuning in, I'm Rachel. I'm out of Detroit, Michigan, and I'm working on a battle spoon. It's a big guy. Look at the size of this thing. I'm just a little under 5 feet 4 inches. This thing, and its finished state would be about 5'3". Same for this one. That one's made out of pine. This one's made out of white oak. Actually not doing too bad. Alright. This thing can blow through some material pretty quickly. It's I think I paid like 17 bucks for it on Amazon, and it's truthfully one of the coolest tools I've ever used. And it stays sharp. Like, I have not had to do any kind of tuning up to it or anything. What are you guys lurking at it tonight? I know with me, when I tune into like lives and there's someone working on something, to me it's really a lot of fun to just kind of tune in, kick back, do dishes, laundry, whatever. And that's what you guys are doing tonight. I'm very thankful that you guys are willing to hang out with me while I make another battle spoon. It's really exciting actually to me because I don't know if you guys have been listening or how long you've been listening, but I've never used a lot of the tools that I'm using for this much, for this. What the heck? I've never used the hand tools I'm using this extensively. There we go. That's the way to say it. And some of them never at all. Like this one right here, the hand plane. I never really used one before until 2 spoons ago. One was like 18 inches or so. And the next one was the one I showed you guys. And then this one's going to be the same length, but this one's actually a different wood. This is oak, that was pine. And I gotta say, they are truly worlds apart, but equally as difficult in their own right. And it's cool the things you learn, just the only way you can learn. By direct hands-on experience. And let's plane a little bit here. There we go. A little bit. Oh, and then it gets a little bit jammed up here and there. But hey, what tool does not have drawbacks? They all do, every one of them. Especially power tools. That's why I kind of shy away from them and like doing hand tools as much as I can, because power tools make power mistakes. And when you're working with wood, there is no coming back from those mistakes. You got one shot. Right now, I'm doing some planing, doing the shaping the backside. I think I just got wood shaving in my drink. Old Forester tonight. I love Old Forester. Such a good bourbon. That actually, ooh, look at my hand. That's getting so red. That is not the right way to use that. I shouldn't do that. Gonna turn this up a little bit to get a better angle on it. There we go. I'm actually following a line on my side. Hey guys, hi, there's a lot of you here. Hi, I'm Rachel. I'm out of Detroit. I'm making a battle spoon. This is what I'll be making, something like this. This is made out of pine. This one's made out of oak. Thank you for joining me tonight. And I'm doing it almost entirely by hand tools. This is the current hand tool I'm using. It's called a hand plane. Very old tool, but it is very handy. And I've been using it to shape the back side of the spoon. That little point, I have to just rasp it. Call it a day. Thank you, TikTok. TikTok has to let you know when you're smoking. You're gonna offend people. But isn't that what we need in life? A little offense? I think we do. Everybody needs to be offended sometimes. Yeah. Yep. I actually don't have a lot of cleaning up to do tonight. I've been sweeping as I go along. I may or may not sweep this up. I don't know, part of me likes to kind of leave a little mess. Lets me know that I was here the night before. It gives the, shop brownies something to do. And shop brownies, they always need something to do. Like I said, I'm Rachel. I'm out of Detroit. Thank you for joining me. Hey, Kalu, Happy New Year. Likewise, right back at you, man. I'm working on, actually, I don't know if you saw the battle spoon I was working on. Well, if you haven't, here's where we are on the first one I made. And this is the second one I'm working. Oh, you can't even see it. Sorry about that. But I'm working on this right now. Second one, this is made out of white oak. That one's made out of pine. And I've been doing it almost entirely with this hand planer. I don't know if you saw me using this or not. It's been a minute since I saw you in my feed. But it is amazing what this tool can do. Yeah, ain't no problem, man. Hey, are any of us really going somewhere? I guess we really don't ever know, do we? That was dark. I feel like we're gonna have to grab this. Yep, time to rasp. Let's get the old Shinto out. Okay, and it is. Oh, it's quitting time. Yeah. Oh, mahogany all day, absolutely. Mahogany's awesome. Let me see, hang on. You say, would mahogany work for a battle spoon? For no particular reason, it's my favorite type of wood. My friend that used to live in Cleveland, he actually had a house where the entire house was all the timbers were mahogany. I have no idea how he got a house with mahogany timbers, but every wall, every stud, every floor joist, rafter, mahogany. That's a tough wood. Oh yeah, mahogany is like epically tough. That'd make a freaking awesome battle spoon. And mahogany's got the cool mahogany color. Like, I actually am a fan of even colors like this, like white oak. I just love the color of natural wood. I will be staining this. The girl wants it stained. But, oh yeah, man. Mahogany, I believe, is part of a group that has a species in it called casuarina, if I recall. I think it's out of Australia? Anyway, extremely heavy. The heaviest wood I've ever felt for its size. I need to bring my war clubs out here one night and show you guys. I don't even know. Oh, I know where they are. But anyway, actually, I might even go do it right now because I gotta wind down and I gotta do a bathroom break. The dreaded bathroom breaks. I'll be right back. Lou, if you're around, I'll see you in a minute. I'll bring my war clubs. You'll see them. They're cool. They're fun. And then we'll talk about war clubs for a little bit, and then I'll be heading inside for Christmas movies. Oh yeah, I do that. Okay. If you guys are still here, hello. Welcome aboard. Oh, there's like 14 people hanging out. Okay. Let's see. So, I don't know if you're still there or not, Kalu. But, so this all started over a war club, paddle club, I believe it's called. I think it's Fijian, from the island of Fiji, a little place called Fiji. If you guys know that movie quote, let me know. It's one of my favorite movies. And anyway, okay, thank you. Okay, all right, there we go. All right, so this is my first attempt at making one. I got a drill hole in it. I made this from a piece of red oak flooring, actually, from Lowe's. And this is what I did with my first one. And it, will it work? Yeah, I mean, like, it'll pick up some velocity, you know what I mean? This thing, it hurts. This will definitely break a bone if you hit someone with it. And the way they made these war clubs is truly brilliant. I made this one as my second one. This one is made out of ash. And for the guys over there on YouTube land, hi. This one's made out of ash right here. And actually, you might be able to see it better if I shut the light off. Maybe a little bit. Anyway, so this one's made out of ash, and I did a Japanese scorching method called shosugiban, and this was a blacken it, and then I sealed it in boiled linseed oil a few coats. So that's this one right here. And this one is cool. I don't have quite the charisma that they have. It does get a little bit better, but I'll show you now. Here is the real one. I actually got this from an antique store in Nichols, New York. At I don't know. It's a casino there. They have a really good antique place there. But this is why I went and got it, because you said you like mahogany, and I'm pretty sure this is a cousin of mahogany. I'll turn the light on so you can see the color. But this is called Casuarina, I believe. I'm not 100% sure, but because of the nature of the design, which is typically Fiji, I believe this is Casuarina. And this is about the size that they carry them in. And these are the ones that they went to war with and everything. And they can spin these like a top. It's absolutely amazing to see. But if you can see how they do theirs, they do a better job with their tapering. And I'm still learning how to do that. Like I said, they got charisma, but they have the heft behind it. And this thing is absolutely deadly. I mean, this piece of wood right here, I wish I had a scale to show you the difference between the two. Because, like, ash it's strong, but it's not very heavy. But this one is so heavy. This is the heaviest piece of wood I've ever felt for this size. But, yep. There's theirs, and here's mine. We got the Fijian Islands, and then we got the ash right here. Yep, no, this one is ash. This is made out of ash. This is, I believe, Casuarina. I think it's Casuarina is how you pronounce it. Let's turn the lighting up on this one. Come on. There we go. There we go. So I got mine. Nope, we're good. Okay, alright. Yep, and like I said, this one, the first one I made, which is whatever, and I wrapped, paracord around it. And, oh, you're Ash being Sheehan? Ash Sheehan. Gotcha. Yeah, this is red oak, I believe. But, yep, they're all fun. This is one I don't know, I just kind of have it. It's like shop decor. I don't even know if I'll even, like, I don't know what I'll do with this. It's actually developed a crack. It's got quite a crack in it there now. And, yeah, this is just my little show and tell for the night. This one must have been dropped. That's unfortunate. I got a little bit of a crack on the top there. Yeah, what are you going to do? But, yeah, I'm going to have to see what these things weigh one day. Because this one it's just, like, it feels like it weighs, like, 3 pounds. And this one, no, I did not make this. This, I believe, was made in Fiji. Like I said, out of the Casuarina. But this one, in the face only a mother could love, yes, I made both of these right here. This one's made out of ash. This one's made out of red oak. And then I painted it white. Because I did. But yep. A little bit of show and tell for you guys. And what's really cool with the shosugiban method, and with it being ash, is ash can get almost like an amber, and you can see almost like the amber it gets. And is it for hunting? I guess if you can get close enough to an animal, but they were actually for war. These are what they took to war. And like I said, they have this, like, I'm not even going to try and spin it. I'm going to start throwing stuff around the shop if I do that. But if you can find it on YouTube, I found a few videos. the way that the way they spin them is absolutely incredible. Like it is, man, they got skills. That's all I can say is they got skills to pay the bills. And they have a very particularly cool martial arts style over there in the far corners of Polynesia, I believe it is. Yeah, because it's over by New Zealand, I believe. But yeah, it's definitely something to see them spin these war clubs the way they do. No, but that was their choice weapon of war, and so this one, as you see the size of it, I didn't actually cut the bottom of it, and I guess they make them much taller, like they make them like battle spoon size, supposedly, and like the flare on the paddle will become much wider. Like this is probably 4 inches, 4.5 inches, and as I understand, they can go like 8 inches wide, and it might just be for like show, like like show of like status in society, but yeah. So let me see. Yeah, it is. Well, the only weapon is actually between your ears, because as far as I see it, this is just a pretty piece of wood. Kalu says, I just came back. I missed everything because I was on a call, but I hope everyone else enjoyed it. I can show you again. I think I've seen them as sick. Yes, they are used in combat. We're used in combat. Oh, no, it's not throwing knives. No, it's just, nope. Fijian paddle club, actually, is what they call it, I believe. And the wood is casuarina. I believe this is a close relative of mahogany. That's actually why I went and got it, because you said you like mahogany, and that is pretty close to some mahoganies I've seen. It's even got, like, the right grains for it. And then the battle spoon, of course the battle spoon. Who doesn't need a battle spoon? And this is the one that I made right here. This is one of the ones. This one's made out of ash. And then I did Japanese scorching, what they call shotsukiban. And I was saying how the cool thing about it is if you don't like completely scorch it, because they have like 3 layers in Japan, and the harshest one they call it dragon skin because it looks like dragon skin. And as you can see, like it gets kind of an amber too if you don't get every last inch of it. And to me, that's pretty cool that ash can have such a color. But yep. Paddle club made black as night. The interesting thing about saying things are black as night is some people will associate like ninjas to black as night, and they typically shied away from wearing black. They like to wear colors like green and purple and red, if I recall. And yeah, that is a great name for a band, I agree. So the reason why the Japanese actually shied away from using black in their, we'll say, nefarious clothing for doing nefarious deeds was because black is actually visual. You can see it at night. Even in the darkest of nights, you can see it because black creates like a blackness, like a black hole, but it causes human shapes. So they found that using colors like green, red, purple, sometimes blue, that it would actually blend in better with the night sky, because the night sky tends to have a darker blue hue to it. And red actually does work. I put it to the test, and it actually does work at night. I'm not going to say everywhere, but there are times where it definitely works. And then I grabbed this one just for fun. This is one I need to put a new handle on it. Just a big-ass blade I made from a farrier's rasp. This actually hangs in my living room. It's just something fun I have on the wall that I made. I put the big old loop on the end. And yeah, definitely like camouflage. And they would also wear sometimes a mixture of those colors for those purposes to break up like a solid mass. Thank you, both of you. I'm glad I have learned to start taking breaks and not work like hour to hour. I was doing that for a while, and I wake up the next day and I was just like, like just beaten down. So I've been doing these like wind downs, and that's why I was so willing to run inside real quick and grab some stuff and do some talking with y'all. What else? Oh, actually, here's one. I've never put handles on it. I still got some work to do on it. But this is a knife I made inspired by 2 bladesmiths, actually, that I look up to very much so. But I need to put handles on it. But this is made out of a file. Like that big one I showed you, that's made out of a farrier's rasp, and that one's made out of a file. Oh, you're welcome, Ash. For me, half the fun of creating is actually the learning, the origins of. Um, I don't know why. It's just something that's always spoken to me. Yeah, I have a lot of fun making those. Like this is when I made this. I call these end cuts, and this was the inspiration was I think what is it like the gecko? I think it's the gecko that has the curly tail. But this is actually the style is actually like Japanese kiridashi. It's their little like marking knife, kind of like uh, they use it for like small tasks of like shaving, carving, whatever they have to do. But yeah, I made this out of a farrier's rasp, and actually, this might have been made from a piece off of this. I'm not 100%, but it actually might have been. But either way, this is made from a farrier's rasp. You can see that it's got the diamond. I grind the teeth off so it looks like diamonds. But yep, so the curl on this was I believe it was a gecko that inspired me for this one, and it strangely enough it's like a good finger stop. It's a lot of fun. And then I started making some of these little critters. Just like these are all made from scraps from files from like ends that were not big enough, in my opinion, to do what I wanted to do with. So I did something like this, and these are, yeah, that's made out of a file. Oh, it looks kind of like I don't know, dragon skin. I don't know if you guys. Let me show you guys over here. Let me show you guys over here. It's kind of like dragon skin, but that's the file teeth actually, because I didn't grind them all the way off. I was seeing what I could, you know, do with it and just see what it would look like. Some people like to grind them off for specific reasons. And anyway, yeah, but no, just like the whole ring idea comes from the what is it the Filipino karambit, and you can I don't know spin it on your hand. And you got a little cool little blade. I don't know, it's fun. It's fun to do. That's all I got. But no, they're actually really fun to make because when you're working with something this small, it actually keeps you honest. And like this is completely forged. The only like you can even see there's still some marks on the spine. Um, I don't know how well you guys can see, so I'm trying really hard. But yeah, it I like doing very minimal work on these. I like there to be some roughness because it's the whole idea behind it was like I need to make a knife, so I need to make it quick. I have this scrap of steel. Let's make a knife, and then we got it. We got the basic ergonomics in it. You know, I got the little bit of where the pinky and ring finger can go, and then you got the little finger choil here, and yeah, and these are just a lot of fun. And then, you know, call this whatever you want: harpoon point, swedge. Some call it a back edge, I think. But yeah, and they keep you honest because you have such small tolerances to work in. But they're a lot of fun to make, nonetheless. This is actually one I want to make this as a. I want to give this to a local guitar maker, very cool guy. I don't want to mention his business on here yet, but anyway, swag. Yeah, I guess swag in a way. And this is much more like a Japanese kiridashi in its style, and it's still very minimalist. Like I have this obsession with wanting knives that have no handles on them because I want to, like in my mind, I want to get this whole idea of like the perfect, like distal taper and proximal taper, and this has none of the above. So I'm kind of, oh no, it does have both. You can see it a little bit. It has a little bit of the proximal and a little bit of the distal. You can see, but there's, like I said, there's not a whole lot of grinding on this. You can still see some of like the ding. You can still see some of the teeth from the file, and you know, and then obviously I ground the bevels in. But yeah, these are. I have a lot of fun making stuff like this. And then I think this might be this is close to the smallest knife I've ever made. But let me see. I know it's on the bench. Let me see. Hang on, I got a few. It might be. Oh, no, it's this little guy right here. All right. I measured them all. And this wee little critter right here. Yeah. Oh, this little guy. This is a cute little wee one with the ring. And I do the ring on it actually, like, because as you see, like, my pinky fits, but I don't know. I mean, I guess I could, like, not break my finger. But I could, like, spinning this is so awkward. And, like, it, like, causes my pinky to, like, I don't know. It's so silly holding it in my hand. But, no, this is another one where it's, like, you can even see, like, down in the finger choil. I didn't grind that out. It's just how it came out of the anvil and fire. There's a little, you can't tell real well, but that's another file scrap turned into a knife, and it does have some of the tapers I was talking about. And the cool thing about the tapers is it can really affect your balance and the overall vibe in your hand, I guess you could say. Yeah, that's like, Ash, as you're saying, like how it's like, integral though. It's a full piece from beginning to end, just one piece of steel. There's actually, I don't know if I have one. There's actually a knife called a blacksmith knife, and those are super cool because there's been some very cool takes on them. There's a master bladesmith named Lynn Ray. He calls his the X-ray. It's RHEA. And if you guys get bored, want to look up some amazing mastery of forging, that is truly an impressive piece of handmade skills. No, I don't think I have one, unfortunately. But blacksmith knives are really cool. Knives are cool because it's you draw the steel out really far, and then when you're ready to make the handle, you take the handle and you just bend it to the shape you need, and then you can get like this perfect, solid one-piece steel, and it's hollow. Empty? I don't know the way to put it. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I made one in Atlanta not long ago. Let me see if I can find it. Rawr. Are you over here? Nope. Is it over here? No, I don't know where it is right now, but no, blacksmith knives are pretty cool. They're a lot of fun to make. And I guess the ones I made are, in their own sense, blacksmith knives, but not in like the traditional sense. And I don't, are these the ones I did it with? Yeah, it's really hard to tell. But the cool thing about, like, I don't want to say fire, but we'll say temperatures that can be controlled by fire is, let me see if I can even show you guys. Let's see if I can. I don't think it makes a difference either way. Well, you can see it's kind of yellow right here, and then back here. So it's kind of yellow right here, and then back here it's kind of blue and purple. I was actually doing that with the torch to kind of force colors into it. So those are actually colors of the steel that I caused by addressing heat, and then I had the blade end in wet sand so it wouldn't change color. So that kept its temper, and this is all blueback, as some call it. Yeah, I made those sticks behind me, actually. I'll show you. It's like 3 Irish kids. But those are like 3 very common woods usually in Ireland. And they're not as heavy as like the famous blackthorn, but it's still quite heavy. Like, here's another one I'll show you. I wish I almost had a scale out. Because this one and this one, they're about the same height. They're both about 49 inches. And I mean, this one is a bit more stout, so it's a little bit heavier, I know, but this one's significantly heavier than this one. And yes, it has a bit more, like stock to it. But like, this is a heavy wood. This is a tough wood. This one is also heavy. Well, this one's tough, not heavy. It's light. It's springy. It's a really good walking stick. It's made out of an invasive species called autumn olive, and I get this out of Northeast Michigan, and I get it from in-laws' property to keep it back because it is that invasive. And so it's to be completely honest, I am so sad the day that I found this. I didn't grab like everything I saw. But I don't know, like I was out foraging for mushrooms and it was a stick I saw and I was just like, let's take it and season it and see what we can do. And the thing is I've never seen bark like this before. It's a really nice bark. I keep bark on all my sticks too. I don't strip any of my sticks. I just love the way that bark can just have like, I don't know, when you sand it up, and I like to scorch them, like how these are scorched, it gives it just like such a patinaed, aged feel, and it just makes it feel like it's coming out of a place that we have forgotten maybe, or at least put it on the back burner. And this also looks really good when you're in like a suit, or like, like the groom for a wedding. But yeah, that's part of the fun of foraging for mushrooms is I get sticks. I get a lot of sticks that way. I've gotten a lot over the years that way. I actually lost um, about 100 sticks this year from foraging. Well, not wild, but sticks from our recycling center. And I like to make sticks out of mulberry, which is actually the species we have here. Is typically invasive. Makes a really strong stick though. And well, I didn't know about this little beetle called an ambrosia beetle, and holy cow, can these things cause some problems? And you'll know you have them because you'll see these little mounds of really fine, like talcum level sawdust. I didn't know that's what I was seeing. I just was seeing these little yellow mounds. Well, mulberry has like a yellow heartwood, and that's what it was. And it's almost like a neon yellow when it's freshly cut or destroyed by these little beetles. Well, I finally one day was like, what are these little mounds I'm seeing? I looked and I'm like, it's all over where my sticks are. Okay, because I keep them in a loft to dry. And I pulled some down and I was just like looking at it and feeling it. And my finger like pressed through the bark and I was like, the heck? What was that? Like, I've never experienced that before. And I'm like, what was that? And I started like pushing and I noticed I was following a path up the mulberry stick. And I'm just like, please tell me this is not beetles. It was. And it got my mulberry, it got my maple, and some wild cherry I had seasoning. And these beetles are so incredibly destructive. And they only like fresh wood. And I didn't know that. Once the wood is seasoned, they have no use for it. It's too hard for them. But they like fruit woods. And I was just like, oh God, I need to see one of these sticks, snap it, see where the damage is. When I snapped this stick, that sawdust shot out of there like confetti, like New Year's Eve, and I was just like, oh no. And I broke like 2 or 3 more spots, and like each time sawdust everywhere. I wish I would have recorded it. I'm sad I did it because it was really that wild, and my sticks were completely destroyed. Like I said, I lost about 100 of them, and yeah. So when you get sticks from the woods, I've learned you gotta like leave them out in the direct sunlight, and that seems to take care of them from what I gathered. But yeah, so this year on sticks is going to be a bit thin, unfortunately, for the market. Luckily, I have maybe 50, I think. So this spring, winter, around that time, I'm going to have to go cut a whole lot of sticks. And it's going to be probably autumn olive because I love autumn olive, to be completely honest. Oh, yes, it did. I'm sorry, guys. Those numbers. Okay, so that's too bad. I was just talking my head off over here. Yeah, I'm so sorry about that. So, I've been having internet problems. I don't know why. Actually, Kalu, has my internet been pretty good for the past like couple months you've been hanging around? I keep putting, there we go. Yeah, I'm gonna like this again. But anyway, no, I was just talking about we're back now, your badge. Honestly, when I was watching at the end of last year, it was a bit choppy, but today it's been better. Okay, all right, that's good to know actually, because you're one of my longest steady viewers, and we've had a lot of wind this like past 2 months. Like this whole past summer, we had 2025, horribly hot, miserable, no wind. Wind makes a really bad summer tolerable. Not this year, or not last year. This winter comes around, and it is nothing but windstorms. 40, 50 mile an hour gusts constantly, steady 20 an hour. So my internet's been kind of taking a hit. But anyway, no, I just was talking about, yeah, I guess the woes of being a stick maker and nature's wrath. And the wrath I had to experience with a specific beetle that wiped out. Oh, almost knocked it over. Wiped out about almost 100 sticks I had, and it's a little beetle called an ambrosia beetle. And man, that little critter can do some damage. I'm in Detroit, Michigan, but I like to find sticks from because I like to forage mushrooms and stuff like that. I'm just gonna crazy with it. Let's go. Okay, I'll be my hair for now, and you guys are gonna deal with it. But no, I like to grab sticks as I forage for mushrooms and stuff like that. And yeah, so you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, where are you at again, Color? I want to say you're in New York. Did I get that right? Yeah, dude, same here, man. Like, uh, yeah, it was not fun. It kept me up all night. Actually, I put earplugs in. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so you get like the weather just after I do. Yeah, man, this winter you guys had a really hot summer too. Holy cow, that was no mercy. When I lived in north central Pennsylvania, the valley I was in was like perpendicular to the wind, so we never got any airflow, and it rained so hard, and it was so hot all the time. I feel like that what's that Romanian kid that like goes on his podcast and he like talks with a straight face? I feel like that's what I'm kind of looking like right now. But I'm not Romanian at all. I am Slavic, but oh, he's not Slavic. He's Latin. But anyway, yeah, that's what I feel like right now. Maybe like pre-Edward Scissorhands, post-Edward Scissorhands. I'll take it. Yeah, I can show a stick. I got one. I don't get a small one. This is the one that I think could be holly, hazel, or rowan. This one's 49 inches. Actually, let me see if I got a... This is a really fun one right here. Oh my god, it's cinched. Seriously? Hang on. You know, we'll just do this. Keep it simple. This is actually a really good knob stick made out of autumn olive. And it's like just completely like, you can see like how much they do. It's the same, this is actually from the same exact tree. Both of these right here. Or bush, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, this is another autumn olive. And I really like, the bark on autumn olive is just so nice to me. It gets this almost like mahogany vibe to it. And like, before I work on a stick, I actually sand the whole thing. Thank you. And like I sand the bark, and I do it with like 220 grit, not like a real aggressive sandpaper or anything. Gotta get that crazy here. Come on, there we go. I feel like I'm not living up to whatever made up idea I have going on. But anyway, when you get like wood from nature, like it has a look that the bark does. But when you let it season and then you're ready to work on it, and you do like a good sanding on it with like a 220 grit, it really brings like a different life out of the bark, and it's beautiful to me. Well, thank you, Ash. Yeah, it's not everyone does it. I didn't actually do it on all my sticks. I learned that as I went along, that sanding it was a smart thing to do if you want to varnish them and you really want them to like show the natural beauty that they have. I have one over here. I believe. I know I did. I talked about it earlier yesterday. Actually, I got a couple. Yeah, here. Give me my stick. So, these are both made out of mulberry before the ambrosia beetles killed all my wood. But this is one right here. Like it's got the mulberry. It's starting to yellow a little bit, the heartwood. The sapwood's actually looking a bit more like the heartwood when I first cut this. But this is actually out of my backyard. And this is painted black, like the Irish style. My sticks are actually made from the Irish persuasion. They're very much so inspired by that. And like this one as well. And this, I guess like in, not in Northern Ireland, but the north of Ireland, they like the smaller sticks, the smaller knob on them. And this one I did like a bit of a distressed look. Like I painted it and then I sanded it. And these were not ones that I sanded first. And it's like, it's not like it made it any worse of a stick, but it did change, we'll say, the overall aesthetic of it. So now I sand them all entirely. Oh, and I did a wrap on a little bit of a hemp. Actually, I think that's jute. But yeah, it's actually really quite interesting what that little extra step of hand sanding the bark does. A little, less is more, a little goes a long way or whatever. Yeah, I guess I have a big one over here. Yep. And this is, I thought about sending this to my cousin. He lives down in Savannah, Georgia. This is also made out of mulberry. I call them truck sticks. Oh, looks like I might be back. Maybe. I think I did a full boot on this side. Holy cow. Well, I have to be not live because I'm smoking a cigar and TikTok hasn't yelled at me. Oh no, it did. It restricted me. Okay. No, I don't make catapults. No mechanization. I just do one piece usually, like one piece steel, one piece wood. That is it. Unless you mean something else by catapult I've never heard of. I gotta do an internet reset, I think. Huh, that's a bit unfortunate. Huh. What does that sound? I think that's something. This is kind of frustrating. Well, I'm gonna finish smoking my little cheroot and then I'm gonna head inside, I guess. It did freeze again. Man, that's a bummer. I'm sorry, guys. It's I'm not really I'm not really sure what's causing it. I'm about to do like a soft reset or whatever it's called. Actually, my friend works for the internet in my city. I should give him a shout. Ask him what's going on because it has been problematic for me lately. And no, but anyway, to answer your question, Ash, no, I don't make catapults. I have made them before though. My friend and I actually years ago, probably 20 years ago now, we watched an episode of Mythbusters or something, and we decided to follow their lead and made some catapults. It was fun, shooting things across the yard. But no, typically I only make one piece. That is it. One piece of steel, one piece of wood. Although someday I might make folding knives. We'll see. I'm having one of them nights where the bourbon just, I don't know, doesn't seem to work. And then over on YouTube, XDS says, hi. No, it is not a blunt. This is actually an old Shenandoah cheroot. I don't smoke marijuana. Not my vibe. Nope, these are actually pipe tobacco wrapped with a cigar wrapper, basically. They're not bad. They're actually pretty good. You guys actually caught my wind down tonight. I've been crafting a battle spoon. I'll show you what it looks like. It looks more like this. Yep. It's 5 feet. It'll be 5 feet 3 inches when it's done. And this one is made out of pine, and this one is made out of oak, white oak to be specific. And it's actually been a lot of fun because I've done almost all the shaping on both of them. On actually this tool right here. This is a hand plane. And actually, you guys out there in YouTube land, how's my internet working? I know TikTok right now, it's fighting. It's fighting everybody. And it's too bad because we've been having a lot of fun talking about things and it's being kind of difficult. So if you guys can hear me, let me know and give me a like or throw some ones in the comments. Alright, let's knock these little chips off and sawdust. Oh, I got all over my leg. Well, that backfired beautifully. I need some water. I got so many people that just joined on YouTube. Where are you guys all coming out of tonight? I'm out of Detroit. It says it on my shirt, so of course it's true, right? And yep, that I got myself tonight with was it? I think it was my rasp I was working with that I got my finger pretty good. I actually got myself twice with it, and the second time I was so into it I didn't even feel it. And who would I use this a? Who would you use this a battle spoon? The battle spoon is actually for Renaissance Festival people, and you know it's where's my wee little battle spoon? Looking like my grandpa. So the origins started with a spoon about this size. And this one I think is about, it's actually 22 inches, I measured it. And they'd wear it in their belt at the Renaissance Festival because they have a rule about weapons. But people still wanted to like have sword play, but not necessarily buy the swords there, so they brought their own spoons. battle spoons, of course. So you go, ha, on guard, and you'd battle with your battle spoon. And then people started having more and more fun with it. And then they started going to like battle staffs, pole arms. And now we have these things that are just ridiculous. 5 feet 3 inches. I mean, how fun is that? That's so silly. It's so fun. Consuming substances featured in this live could harm your health. Thank you, TikTok. My goodness, my Guinness. But anyway, so no, and then this one I gotta carve the bowl portion out of it. But anyway, Kalu says, "Oh, I might switch over to YouTube too. Do you think the battle spoons would be better with a pointy end?" So yeah, actually, hang on. I have one. Hold on. In the works. Yeah, jump over to YouTube, Kalu. Follow me over there. It's a lot of fun. It's actually better service too, it seems. It seems. I'm not gonna say it is for sure, but it does seem like it's less problematic. But here is one. I know it's a little cat of wampus, but this could be more aggressively pointed. I actually might do that. So Battle Forks over on YouTube, Ken Big Fishing says, yeah, Battle Forks are actually becoming a thing, and battle butter knives, and I plan to make one of each. I may not. I think I'm gonna keep this one that I just showed you guys, like a spoon. It's already got the point going, but I might. I think I have one more plank of oak. I might make a battle fork. Kalu is going all integral, like one tool for every job kind of thing. All right, I like your style, dude. Like the spoon fork combo. Is that what you're saying? I don't know. In my mind, that's what I thought of. Adrian Brody. Yeah, the whole battle utensil set. I mean, why not? You know what I mean? You just wear them on your back like, Leonardo, and then you got the stick in front of you like Donatello. You got the whole Ninja Turtle thing covered. All right, so Ken Fish says, do you remember seeing people with big forks and knives on their wall? Oh my God, yes! Absolutely. I was born in 1983. The big spoon, the big fork, and they're usually like offset, just like a little bit. Oh yeah, oh yeah. My aunt and her parents, they had it. And they were big. They were like honking thick things. Oh yeah. Actually, over here on TikTok, are you guys old enough to remember your elders having the spoons and forks on the kitchen wall? It was always on the kitchen wall when I was a kid. Oh yeah, I remember those though. I have heard the history, but it's been a while. If you want to refresh my memory, Ken, by all means, I am all ears, because it has been a minute since I've heard it. Actually, I always wonder how far the lag is between the two, between TikTok and YouTube, because when you guys will say something to me and I respond, how far the lag. On Instagram, the lag is 15 seconds or something. It's really long, and it's Kalu, when you get on, we talk pretty fast, I guess we'll say. If it was Instagram, our conversation would be so completely people would be like, what are you guys even talking about at this point? So TikTok is actually much faster. All right, so let's see. Kyla said, nah, kitchen wall is crazy. You must have been born in the 1800s. You would think so. I mean, I was born in the 20th century. Oh, no. No, don't do that. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Yeah, this is a cheroot. Not exactly a cigar, but a cheroot. It is a old Shenandoah. They're actually pretty good. They're not bad. They've grown on me. They are pipe tobacco wrapped in a cigar leaf, or cigar wrapper, sorry. There's no binder on these. But the filler is pipe tobacco. And the one I'm smoking, I believe, is bootlegged. There's bootlegged, and then there is Appalachian Harvest. Same package, different sticker. But I actually prefer the brand Game Leaf, if you ever heard of it. I like theirs much better. And theirs is more cigar style, actually. Alright, so Kalu says, there's a funny meme where the streamer rages over a 15-minute delay. That's a pretty fair thing to rage over, I guess. I don't blame people. Yeah, I'm a cigar smoker too. Actually, I love them. My favorites are Nicaraguan. But my daily smoker is actually a Dominican, which I don't have any right now. They ran out. I buy all my cigar. Well, I buy a lot of my cigars from cigarbid.com, and they ran out of them, and I was so sad. Uh, but I like it's called Maker's Choice, and I like their vanilla and their regular. And then there's also a brand called Aaron Gobra, and their Irish cream is the best I have ever had. And with like a cup of hot Ovaltine, it is absolutely divine. And they've been completely out of Irish cream. I have not seen it at all since like last summer. Actually, since like summer 2025. I'm really sad. And I love their cigarillos too. They're really tasty. And do I like My Father Blue? No, I was not impressed by My Father Blue. Ramzilla says over on YouTube. And then Truth Hurts. I love that name. Is pipe tobacco different than cigar? Yes, quite a bit. I mean, it's still tobacco, but it's a sweeter, lighter, softer. It's a good smoke. Don't get me wrong, but it is definitely different. Yeah, the My Father Blue was just okay. It was good. Okay, I shouldn't say just okay. It was good. I want to give it another shot though. Because I want to take it, let it sit in my Tupperware for like a good 2-3 months or something. But I was not wowed by it. I had the Amazon, and the Amazon didn't wow me either. But they're both really quite good. What did wow me was the Perdomo Champagne Sun-Grown, which I hate Sun-Grown. I can't get a taste for them. And even though I don't like Sun-Grown, I have mad respects for that dude's like cut of his jib. That was a good stick. Altero Fuente, I've not had Don Carlos. I like his Gran Reservas though. Gran Reserva Green is my typical. Yeah, I've had Cubans. I had a Cohiba, a real one. It was the cleanest smoke I ever had, but I'll be completely honest, I like Nicaraguans better. All right, so Kalu says, he said he's like my viewers are going to get married, have kids, die, come back alive before you can respond. That's so funny, dude. That's freaking whoever that dude is. That guy's got like a natural humor. And Steve Curtis says like your shillelagh in the background. Thank you, I appreciate it. Is it a shillelagh or a walking stick? I still can't figure out what it is. This is shillelagh style, but it's a big old walking stick. But then, hang on, do I have a? Really? Yeah, I do have one. I got my wee little shillelagh right here. This is made from autumn olive. I've thought about making this like my nephew's walking stick, or because he's just a wee little thing. And my sister and her husband, they love to go hiking all the trails and all that stuff around like Smoky Mountains and stuff. And he's I think 14 months old, 16 months old, a little over a year old. I just think it'd be like so cute and funny to see the little guy just like with his big knob stick, and then he can get back, you fools, when he needs to. Okay, over here on YouTube. Ramzilla says, respect the green. Nick is on top of the world. Yeah, Nicaragua for sure. I have something interesting I just learned. These are not carved. These are actually bark on. If you can, it's really hard to tell. But I did carve a couple sticks. Where's one I carved? Right here. But I learned recently, by the way, that Cuba is the largest importer of tobacco in the world, and they are importing a lot of their tobacco from Nicaragua and the Dominican. So the Cubans that you buy today are not the Cubans of yesteryear. They are filled with Nicaraguan and Dominican. Look it up. It's far out. It'll blow your mind. But this is one I have carved. This is a Slavic symbol. And then this one is Celtic. It's for the Beltane. And then this is Celtic as well. Does it remember? I don't know, but it is Celtic. I wish I could remember. But yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I'm still laughing about that one. That's funny. But yeah, thank you for liking my shillelagh. Yeah, both the same. Yeah, Steve Curtis, when it comes down to it, I like some will say it's a shillelagh, and then my hair does cowlick stuff. Oh, come on, don't do it. Did me dirty. We're good. All right. Anyway, so this stick specifically, I've only found one of these in my entire life, and I found it when the tree trimmers, arborists, were trimming at the park I live by, and we don't have wood like this typically in Michigan, and it comes across is like a like there's 3 woods I think it is, and they're common in Ireland, and it's holly, rowan, and hazel, and they all kind of look like this, and it's it's got like a really nice weight to it, which the three of those do. They're not as heavy as Blackthorn, because this one right here is Autumn Olive. They're the same height pretty much. And yes, this one is a bit more stout, but the amount this weighs outweighs this one is significant. So I think this is an Irish wood. I just don't know what kind. It was found when I was foraging for mushrooms. Yeah, my sticks are completely inspired by the Irish heritage. All right, so thank you. Yeah, very much. I mean, I appreciate it. And then Megaburdiev, I apologize if I said your name, and says, hello, sweetheart. Hello. Trying to be like the little blue worm from, what is it? Labyrinth. By the way, Labyrinth, I believe, oh no, I hope I didn't miss it, was supposed to be coming back into theaters or just was in theaters. Oh no, I think I might have actually missed it. I'm so sad now. As Steve says, either way, you don't want to get whacked by it. Absolutely. This stick right here, that'll hurt you. But it's also a really good walking stick. And this one right here, this is mulberry. Yes, that will hurt. Even this wee little one right here, the autumn olive. Come on, get off my stick. Get off my stick! I don't know you. But even this little guy right here, like, what is the song? I got a shillelagh under my arm, and a twinkle in my eye, and I'm off to Tipperary. Something like that. But yeah, this under my arm, the twinkle in my eye, and I'm off to Tipperary. The shillelagh. And then over on YouTube says, what's those sticks? These are walking sticks that I have actually made over some of my foraging endeavors over the past couple of years. Like I said, this one right here, I think you heard what I said, could be hazel, rowan, or holly. My thoughts. And then here's another one I made. The other ones, those are just other sticks from, my yard, ones I found in my ventures. And then, do they have a boot on the bottom? I'm going to think... ash, I think you mean like I think in our world we call it like a rubber ferrule? And no, they do not. I think I'll start putting them on them in the near future. Right now I'm keeping them kind of traditional. Now you got an ash one. Ashwood. I love ashwood. I had something out here earlier. Oh, here it is. Hang on. I made this actually from ashwood. I'll show you real quick. Hang on. This is actually made from ash. You wouldn't believe it because it's blackened. It's blackened with the Japanese method. But I'll show you, if you can see, you can see a little bit of amber hue in there. And if you could tell, if you know ash grain, the grain is ash. This is an ash stick. It's a paddle club made after this one, which is made in Fiji. And I think this is Casawarina. I'm not sure, but I found this in an antique store. And my Irish, yes, and my heritage is Irish. Yes, my family are the Gaffneys. And then Truth Hurt says, it's actually cold here in Cali, but I'm still going in my backyard to smoke a cigar. Yeah, it's actually been pretty warm here in Michigan. We hit like 60 degrees almost, I think, 2 days in a row. Something like that. It was actually pretty nice. And then, Irish, like I said, yeah, my heritage, I'm Irish, Scottish, Polish. That's pretty much my mix. And, love some music. I dropped my new album. Will you listen to my songs? What kind of music do you make? And then Paul B says, hey lady, hi, how you doing? And then Stonegate says, drive baby drive. I have know what that means, but I know there's a really good movie called Gone Baby Gone. It's a really good movie. It has Morgan Freeman and Casey Affleck, Ben Affleck's little brother, and I think Ben Affleck directed it. Really good movie. Steve Curtis, actually, God, I feel like I'm going like a balding man. Okay. I'm gonna keep this. Actually, hang on. I just gotta tease it up a little bit. Alright, and I just look crazier. That's okay. No, I actually do have them for sale on my Shopify. And that's just where I'm working at slowly but surely. And Truth Hurts. I'm Italian, Jewish, figured that out. Actually, so, fun fact about my Scottish heritage. And what stick am I smoking? This is a Shenandoah cheroot. They're actually pretty freaking solid. They are pipe tobacco wrapped in a cigar leaf wrapper, no binder. So my Scottish heritage, I'm Clan Graham. And the Grahams are a particularly interesting clan because their origins are actually the haplotype stems from the Israel-Saudi Arabia border, and more likely the Israel side of it. And so my sister, when she did a DNA test, did test out for Ashkenazi Jew, and yeah, so there is a relevance in our ethnicity. And the Scots are what they are, but the Grahams are actually not Scott. They are from the Middle East. John Day Graham, who is William Wallace's right hand man, he is like the greatest Graham that ever lived. Um, they have two of his swords on display in Scotland, even. He died fighting alongside William Wallace. His origins, not far before him, are actually from the Middle East. You're smoking a joint over there. It says Celestirona. Sure. Rod Stewart's Scottish. I don't know what that means, but Stewart is a Scottish clan. All right, and then I can't. It's hard to see your name. Intoxicational. I think that actually I kind of like the way you spelled that. It says your garage looks really cool wherever you're at. Yeah, it's my little workspace. It's actually 80 square feet, 8 by 10, and yeah, it's a lot of fun. And then we got James over here dropping bombs, looking good. Thanks, man. It's a cool little workspace. I gotta say, I've made the best out of what I have, and I'm actually surprised what I've been able to accomplish with where I'm at. Kansas City, Missouri, hey, Detroit, Michigan, right here. What's up? You guys are at the very end of the Rust Belt. And Intoxicational says, I came up with the name when I was in junior high. Sorry, no one can say it. It's actually kind of fun. Like, am I saying it right? Like, intoxicational? Like, that's what it comes across as to me. Because, like, when I was a kid, we would put, like, X's where you would put, like, a break in a word to make it, like, not one word so you could tell it was, like, several words. Also, Rod Stewart was born in London, but Stewart is a Scottish name. I mean, Clan Stewart, that's a big one of the biggest. And his Clan Graham, they actually there's some they're loved and hated in Scotland. And, how do they put it? Because Grantham is actually the city they come from, if I recall, and that's in England. And the saying is something like they're English when it what is it? Scottish when it matters and English when it benefits them. Something like that. They're right on the edge of the Highlands. But no, we are Highlanders. As far as it's known. We go to all the Highland festivals. And then Intoxicational says, yeah, so pretty well, yeah, it's a reference to Disturbed's Intoxication. I don't know that song, and I know Disturbed quite well. I'll have to look that up. Rod Stewart is one of the greatest. He can be. My mother saw him live and was very unimpressed by him. She said he was very in love with himself and kept changing outfits and was really arrogant towards the people of Detroit, like kind of talked down to us. He viewed us as like kind of like how people can view those from Manchester, and the people from Detroit were none too impressed. I've always appreciated Rod Stewart's ability to play soccer. He's a very good soccer player. But that makes me sad when people like look down on Detroit because we're Detroit Rock City and we are the best place in the world to go see a live show. And when you have 60,000 people come out and you start telling them why they kind of suck, that's kind of not cool. So Trojan says, just flipped in. I'm in Jackson near Art Fire Forge. Made a few things there. Classes. Good evening to fellow troll Fudgy. You know what's up, man. We are trolls. We are Fudgies. Actually, I'm not. I'm actually technically not a Fudgy because I got family that are Yoopers, and my family live on Munising Bay, and I do go visit them. So like, I'm not like a tour. Okay, I'm like a half tourist, so I'm like half Fudgy. Some artists are too entitled. You know what? Some are. It is what it is. Okay, so over on TikTok, Ash says, I'm Irish living in England. It seems like a common thing. What is it? Liverpool has the most unique accent I've heard of the entire UK. And you can hear the Irish influence in it, but you can also hear like the like Paddy Pimblett, Paddy the Baddy. He's one of my favorite cage fighters. And the way he talks, he has this like holdover of like old English or like Gaelic or something like that. Because he'll be like, God, I can't even say it, but he'll be like at the end of his words. and you don't hear that very often. I heard it from my elders when I was a kid a little bit. Scoos, yeah, exactly. Scooser, scoos. The way they say it is so cool. They're like where the Beatles are from, and they say like Glasgow, the Glaswegians and the Dorks of like Scotland are like they speak a different language. I think the Scoosers speak a different language too. Like it's just a totally different level of swearing. Yeah, but Artfire puts out some good stuff. If I recall, Artfire is Artfire the one that does the I think they do like veterans. Like they're heavy with like veteran rehabilitation. Yeah, see, we got people over here that know about the Scoos. Scoos? I always think it's Scoos, the Scoosers. I try to say it like Patty, because I think that's how you say it. Scouser. Okay, so I got Ash over here saying Scouser. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Because I've been wondering how to say it, and I had a feeling it was like accented. Because, like, there are people that will say, like, Melbourne, Australia, and they'll try to say it like the natives of, Australia. They'll be like, Melbourne. And I'm like, what the heck is Melbourne? They're like, Australia. And I'm like, okay, what's Melbourne, Australia? They're like, the big city, Melbourne. I'm like, Melbourne. Gotcha. It's okay, Scouser. Got it. I hope you guys are getting a kick out of this right now because I'm having a great time. All right, Trudeau says, I hit that like and sub to support your channel. Looking forward to following your journey. I appreciate that. I just started getting back into social media late 2025. I was away from it for years. And then I started finding out about, like, I mean, I actually have YouTube Premium, whatever it's called, no commercials, and I just listen to it all day long, yada yada. And then I was like, well, let's give it a shot, because Instagram blew up on makers. Like, actually a knife maker. They do not like us having sharp pointy things. It really makes them upset. Alright, so Ash says, but a Scouser would consider himself different to General Liverpool man. That's interesting. Is a Scouser like the Irish hybrid? Because I know there's a lot of Irish there. Like, I think the McGregors are actually really heavily in Liverpool. And Cowell, I'll call you Cowell. I don't know how to say your name. SWF Cowell. We have so many accents in the UK, and a lot change every 20 milers. So, and, we actually do have that in Detroit, where I'm from. I am from a city called Taylor, Michigan, and we're in an area called Downriver. And my girlfriend is from a town called Livonia, and Livonia is just west of Detroit, and I'm just southwest of Detroit is where I grew up. Where I grew up, we had a strong influence of the Southerners coming up to Detroit for auto work. So actually, in our accent, we say y'all, or I should say dialect. In our dialect, we say y'all. Like, hey man, what y'all talking about? Like, it's got kind of like a little bit of a ghetto vibe, kind of a Southern vibe. Where she's from, they don't have that. It's like more straight Michigander, and her Michigan accent is more similar to like when we do the map of Michigan, we go like this, and then we go like this, and her accent is getting more, north of the bridge, because we're south of the bridge, so we're trolls. Okay, and he said, and it's on the docks, so a lot of Irish came into Liverpool. Yeah, that's what I heard was there is actually who was it? Conor McGregor had a lot of praise for Paddy Pimblett because he said his family did the trek to Liverpool for work back like I don't know 80 years ago, something like that. Yeah. And then Mortal Place is not hell yeah, I'm loving it. I'm loving it too, man. Oh, SWFC, okay, football club. Oh, it's a team in Sheffield. The home of steel, absolutely. Sheffield Steel, man. Ain't nobody make steel like Sheffield Steel. There's Sheffield, there's Solent in Germany, and then we got whatever we got throughout America, the Rust Belt. But hey, that's what's up, man. Sheffield is so hard to come by. When we come by Sheffield in America, man, we're in it. And my team is Detroit City Football Club. We call them DCFC, La Rouge. And Truth Hurt says England is a hot mess right now. England is in a way, that is for sure. Actually, my impending brother-in-law is from the UK. He's Scottish. He's a Doric. He took classes, actually, to remove his R roll because the Dorics roll their R's so hard in Aberdeen, and he still has like food Sounds like foot. You got foot, and but his R's are kind of toned down a little bit. And he actually took classes with Gerard Butler's brother to remove their Scottish R's with the R's, Urs, Ers. My great grandfather, he was from Aberdeen, Scotland, and he would always be like, "Hey, my great he called it my great bairns, and the bairns, you come, my great grandchildren." He had the really roaring R. He was Clan Crookshank, and we still make his shortbread recipe to this day, and it is so good. It makes me happy. And actually, my impending brother-in-law approved of my shortbread recipe, which was really exciting. And he said he has had no good shortbread in America until he had my family's recipe, which is from the town he is born and raised in. So that was truly super exciting to know like your family's recipe holds up to the native men of his native land. And then Ash over on TikTok says, but there's been a lot of Irish in USA. We have a ton of Irish here. Actually, in Detroit, we have a neighborhood called Corktown. And Corktown is the oldest neighborhood in Detroit. It is an Irish neighborhood through and through. It has been gentrified, unfortunately, but it is still very much so Irish-centric. And we have the St. Patrick's Day Parade there every year. We have the Gaelic League there. It is very much so a thing, and it's straight down Michigan Avenue. And no, America has a lot of Irish, definitely. And Detroit really does have quite the influence. Anyone suffering from arthritis, diabetes, ulcer, hemorrhoid, blood pressure, inbox me now for help. Health Ambassador on TikTok says message them. Do as you wish, folks. So, alright, and Troy John says, all my best to you and your endeavors. Got to crash now, but I'll be right. Hey, cheers. Absolutely. Thanks for tuning in. My grandfather abandoned a house in Detroit 50-ish years ago. I'd love to know what neighborhood. I love Detroit. I love my city so much. It's not perfect, I know. It has its problems. But without the great Motor City, we would not have what we have in the modern world with modern transportation. Gentrified means, to me, that's a very interesting conversation to have, to be completely honest. One for another day. I will say that. Maybe I'll have a conversation for that. Because, you know, Corktown was gentrified, and some will say it's race specific, and the Irish are white, so white, you know, they co-opted white, I guess, maybe, I don't know, but no, it's a very interesting conversation to be had. There's a podcast called Science Verse. They did a really good deep dive on gentrification and what that means, and like there's a new one going on with Appalachia, like West Virginia and stuff. And they're calling them the new carpetbaggers, but they're viewing them in a very, well, they never viewed them positively. Carpetbaggers is always a hate slur. But, you know, it's the wealthy come in where the cheap is, and they buy it up, and it's just the way of humans. It's the way it will always be. It's just the way of life. Truthfully. You know, my family came to America from Poland, Ireland, and Scotland, and not a single one of them came here under good times. Not one. And, life will be what it is. That's just the way life is. Life is never fair. Life is never quaint. It will always be savage. It will always be ruthless, because as I view it, that is how nature intended it to be. And humans, I feel, are not removed from that. Okay, and then Ash says, you should take a trip over to Scotland, Edinburgh. You'd surely enjoy. Okay, so, hang on, what did I say? 18, I'm going to, you're going to school. Yeah, so, Ash. Oh, that's not Ash. Yeah, so my girlfriend did go to Scotland, and she loved Edinburgh. Actually, my old neighbor was from Edinburgh. She was a terrible neighbor too, let me tell you. But anyway, no, Edinburgh is like a town. We just don't see stuff like that in America. Just like, and that's just what they see every day. Like, we view Edinburgh as like right out of a fairy tale, right out of fiction, but it's real life. And like I said, my impending brother-in-law, he's from Aberdeen, and I know Aberdeen is an old fishing town off the North Sea, and that's actually what my Crookshank family were. They were fishermen in Aberdeen, and I do fully intend to go to Scotland when they get married, because they do plan to get married in Aberdeen, and they have asked us to wear our family colors, our tartan, clan graham. And I think that's very cool that they appreciate our Scottish heritage, even though we are not native Scots. But I still think it's very, very sweet of them to appreciate it. And also, like, as my hair grows, it actually gets a bit more red And I guess my impending brother-in-law's parents appreciate the redness in our hair. That was really cute to find out. But yeah, actually, hydration time. Let's get some water. Let me say something. Yep, that's what I thought. I don't care. I gotta turn off all my notifications. All my notifications are like the same things over and over. I don't care. And then Dominic says, "You low key cool." Man, thanks. I had a very good friend growing up named Dominic. He spelled his name Dominyc, and actually he got his name because his mother's family was Italian, and his grandmother's dying wish was, "Please give my grandson an Italian name." So his name was Dominic. Best friend I ever had in my entire life. And Carl says, "I used to work with a guy from Aberdeen, and the accent was so thick I could hardly understand a word he was saying." Yeah, the Doric accent. So I found out my sister's beau was from Scotland, and I called him Scottish, and he goes, "No, I'm Pict, but I'm Doric." And I'm like, "What?" Like, I knew what the Pict were, Pictish, and the Pictish people, and the painted people. And he goes, "But no, I'm Doric, Doric." That like, but he has like that raging R sometimes, even though he's had classes, but that still comes out. And I looked up the Doric accent. That is not English. Like, not on its best day. Like I said, they say the Glaswegians got that accent, but the Dorics, oh my god. But the shortbread my family makes, we call it wet shortbread. But over there, I guess they call it Doric shortbread. And man, it is so good. I will not give the recipe away though. All right, so over here, Ash says, "Just imagine when your people came to America. Respect." It was a very scary and sad time for some, especially the Irish. They came here under very sad times. My family did, at least. Irish famine. You know what I mean? You know, sad times. And, c'est la vie. Sung in the toxicity of our city. Of our city. No! That's a good band. I actually, I was just talking to someone tonight who was from Croatia, which has no relevance to the conversation other than my dad's good friend growing up was Croatian Armenian. And there we go, the Armenians. All right, and then Funk Congress says, "Hey, how's it going?" It's going good. Actually, I need to do a quick bathroom break. So I shall return from a bathroom break. Oh yeah. I'm so happy it's not wicked cold right now because it is January, but I shall return. If you guys are here when I'm back, I'll be glad to talk. I've been having a lot of fun, so I'll be right back. Stay cool, y'all. Staying on. Oi, oi, oi. Oi, hello. I don't know how everyone's doing, but hi, I am back. I gotta do some quick insulating real quick. It's actually not that cold, but it is a bit damp in my neck of the woods. How do these sticks go flying? Alright, let me put these sticks over here real quick. There we go. Okay. I gotta put these sticks somewhere else. I'm gonna keep tripping over these things. Alright, you go over here. And this, you just hang. You just stay over there. And then, this one, you know what, we'll put you up here. All the way up on the rack. And I'll put you there. Good enough. Alright, so if you guys are still here and you've been paying attention. Okay, so, oh, hey guys, I missed some messages. Like I said, do a quick bathroom. I can't play the song because it will actually, they'll like shut down my channel or something. It's like, they call it like copyright infringement, I think is what they call it. But anyway, so, before we get any further, I brought out my cigars. These are my nut daily smokers, and yes, I keep my cedar spalls. And I just keep them because sometimes it can be kind of fancy to light a cigar off of them. But I'm not sure which one I want to smoke tonight. And by the way, for the cigar smokers out there that are into small cigarillos, this is a Shrapnel. Not a bad cigar. Pretty good little stogie. And they're legit little cigars. But I have, you know what? What am I going to smoke? This is actually one of my favorite cigars I've had in a long time. This, and I do not like Gurkha. This is a Gurkha Black Ops. These are freaking legit, and Gurkha sucks 99% of the time. Oh, so what the F is my very best friend? Funk Congress says, oh shit, do you make the shillelagh or collect them? Or I actually make all of them. Are they in fact shillelagh? You know, so actually, the funny thing about that Funk Congress is that is the question. Is it shillelagh or is it a walking stick? And there actually does not seem to be a true delineation of that because, okay, some will say this is a shillelagh. This is very clearly about, I don't know, 18 inches long. This is a thumper, you know, I think it's just kind of cute to have for like run fair, but you know what I mean. And then my big guy, that's 49 inches long. It's a knob stick. But is it a shillelagh? I mean, I don't know. I guess the story is it comes from Shillelagh, Ireland, and I still don't quite get what the difference is. So I mean, Bob's your uncle on that one. Let's see. So double pack, no boat. I don't know what that symbol means. I'm sorry, guys. And then Spiral Mouse says blackthorn or whitethorn is best for these weapons. That is a matter of opinion because. In Ireland, they used holly, they used rowan, they used hazel, oak, ash, blackthorn. Blackthorn is the heaviest, but is it the best? I mean, not everybody wants a heavy stick. I mean, I got this stick right here, if I can get it off it. This is Autumn Olive, and it's light, it's nimble, it's very strong. Light, though, is the key. So this one right here, like I said, it could be rowan, holly, or hazel. This is quite heavy, and when you're hiking, because these are both 49 inches tall, that weight does weigh on you. It does take a bit out of you. So I mean, it's at that point, you know, it depends on what you're after. So that's so cool. You guys are still here. Mortal Play, hey, hi, and then Vibeking Dirk. I said that wrong. I'm sorry. This reminded me of Monk from Gangs of New York. Yes. Yeah, I mean, that's honestly, you know, his actually was made from foam in the movie, by the way. And the Irish stick makers that I follow actually get really offended by that because they said that's not realistic. There are some like that on display in Ireland, so I guess it depends. And then let's go over here to TikTok real quick. It says, Ash says, "Yep." And then I'm Irish. Ash is over here validating Irish stuff, and when the Irish say it, you listen. It's their heritage. But here's a fun fact: in South Africa, they have a very similar stick. It is called Nobbenkroefter, and it looks very similar to the Irish. And I don't think they keep the bark on, and I think that's actually the difference. I could be wrong. I have a friend from South Africa. I gotta ask him. He's really into that stuff. Okay, so the baking Dirk. I'm saying your name wrong. I'm sorry. It's so hard to read it. The character Monk McGinn played Brendan Gleeson's one of my favorite actors ever. He's fantastic. His people say using a large shillelagh. Well, what the internet says versus what reality is two different things. Like there's a belief that the Irish only took their sticks, put them up the chimney, and sealed them with soot and then butter. As far as I know, the Irish never did that. Maybe some did, but like en masse, that was not an Irish thing. I don't know. The Irish of today, they don't do that. They do it with varnish, And we got Ash over here, and Ash is laughing at you. No, I'm kidding. I'm just being silly with both of you guys. Yeah, and then I brought out my Tupper door. Yep, here we are. And yep. I got a few. You brought out the fancy. And Femme says Bill put his last notch on it. It's been so long since I've seen that movie. I need to watch that. And I'm a huge fan of cleavers, actually. I love making cleavers. I haven't made one in a while, but I love making cleavers. And Bill the Butcher, whatever you want to call him, him using butchers or a cleaver as a weapon, that was always just like to me one of the coolest things in like Hollywood history. One of my favorite characters ever made. And then Funk Congress says, "I think shillelagh is intent." That's the best response I've ever heard. Ash, does shillelagh mean intent to you? What do you think on that? Like, it's a shillelagh if you intend a shillelagh, and it's a walking stick if it's a walking stick. Let's see. Oh, so Ash has varnished a few themselves. So, alright, and in cultures, we love a good stick. Yeah, hey, in all cultures, we love a good... a good stick is a good stick. And then Ash says it depends on who's asking about intent. That's the best response. Love it. That's fun. Alright, so according to the Irish, it depends on who's asking. You guys are funny. You patties. Alright, and then Sparrow says it depends on weight. Well, does it? Because, like I said, this one is significantly heavier, I should say, than the Autumn Olive. Actually, hang on a second. Let me break out the big one. Where's it at? I put it back, actually. This one right here. So, this one is Autumn Olive. But look at the knob on this stick. But the interesting thing about it is, okay, so it's significantly shorter, probably, we'll say 8 inches. We'll put them. There's about even right there. Okay, so about 8 inches. And this, with even having a big knob, and this is a very strong stick. Do not get me wrong, like I'm 200 pounds, and I'm putting everything I got on this. So, like I said, it depends on what you're after at the end of the day. And this is just this is stereotype when it comes down to at least American ideology of, good old Irish shillelagh. It's not thorny, spiky, whatever, but hey. Yes, officer, it's a walking stick. Ash, I rest my case. Okay, let's see. And then Dan says, "You folded up the American." Hell no, it's not folded. Hang on, I'll show you. Actually, this is what I want to have hanging on the outside of my workspace. It's just the wee one. No, hell no, I don't. No, that's gonna be flying on my my workspace. But I want to make like a cool flag kind of type deal. All right, so Vibe King Dirk says Vibe King Dirk. Haha. Funk Congress says, "That's what my grandfather told me. I'm Irish. Big one looks like a golf driver." Yes, it does. I kind of wonder, because the origins of golf is actually Scotland, and I wonder if it did start with some kind of well, I'm not gonna. Well, I guess I could stand up, but you know what I mean. Turn this upside down and hit. I guarantee that's what it came from. And the interesting thing about being Irish is not I mean, it's pretty monolithic, but I mean, um, here's actually a good example. And okay, so in lots of Ireland, I think of the big nub, but this is more Southern Ireland, and in Northern Ireland, not, or in North Ireland, not Northern Ireland, they're more into tiny little nub. This is more Northern Irish style, North Irish. Okay. Alright, the Sparrow says, I've got access to a lot of wild holly, hawthorn, and blackthorn in Ireland. I'm superstitious, so I leave it be. I'm off that way, fairy trees. Yeah, I've heard about you guys with the fairy forest or something like that. Yeah, I mean, you guys are very... My Nana, oh my goodness. I don't know if you guys know this one, so my Nana was very proud to be Irish. And she had a lot of superstitions. The one I remember the most was green cars are bad luck. Never drive a green car. And she wouldn't own one. She wouldn't even get in one. Like, she was wildly superstitious. And then her other silly one that the family still laughs about, in her mind, stepping in dog poop was lucky. All I can say is the luck of the Irish. And if you're lucky enough to be Irish, you're lucky enough. And Truth Hurt says, do you sell these? Yeah, no, I actually, yes, I do. I think I have my link in the description where we're at. And Funkcar says, there's definitely a link. And use Irish U, it adds plus 10 poison. That's hilarious. Yeah, U is some deadly, or at least make it very sick at minimum. We do have U in America. It's not super common. I believe it's like more north of me, because like I'm in Detroit, but like I think it's like getting more like the next parallel, the 44th, whatever it's called. But anyway, so Funk Congress says green cars crash on the racetracks. Or hemlock. Hey, man, hey, hemlock. Hemlock ain't a tree. Hemlock is a plant that grows on the side of banks, at least in America. Hemlock grows on like the sides of banks. Yeah, that stuff's straight out of hell. You can't even like pick that. Yeah, so Shopify. Like you like as far as I understand it with hemlock, you not the tree, but the plant, you can't really touch it barehanded without gloves, like at all. Like it's like the most deadly plant on Earth, if I recall, and we just got it growing everywhere. Alright, so Ashian says, you stood in dog shit. That'll bring you some good luck. Yes, I've heard that. See, it's a Mick thing. I don't know. My great grandma was full of these superstitions, but those are the two I remember the best. So while I was inside, because I was telling you guys that my family make Doric shortbread, this is actually a piece of shortbread that I have made. I made it actually for Christmas, and it is yellow because of butter. There is that much butter in this. Will I tell you how I made it? Absolutely not. That is my family recipe. You guys can look up your own. But it is very good. It is very hearty. Actually, I'll have a piece right now. It is so good. And my grandma used to make it when we were kids. And she'd always say, don't tell Jimmy we're making shortbread. He'll eat it all. Jimmy is my uncle. And I actually sent him some this past Christmas. Ash says, I think it's more like taking the mickey out of someone if they drink dog shit. You know, who knows with my grandma? She was a wild card. She was wild as can be. She was in Queens, New York, a neighborhood called Woodbridge. And it was an Irish neighborhood when she moved there. And yeah, all I can say is that woman was wild. Wild. Oh yeah, yep. This is Doric style shortbread. Congress says they've, full disclosure, they're a bit inebriated. They've had a small edible gummy. Hey, rock and roll, man. The effects of which have hit. That's allowed. I think we're all mostly adults here. And if not, put your kids to bed. And then Jalapeno says, Irish and Ireland here. I'm curious. What are you curious about? Let's talk. And then Mortal Play says, bada me soon I gotta roll up. Hey, you guys, hey, you guys got a party. Everybody needs something to burn on. Funk Congress says, I might ask questions that may appear to be off-putting, and while they might even be off-putting, I am not intending to output. That was classy. Well played. All right, and then we got the local Irish translator, Ash, basically saying how foolish in a nice way. And then taking the piss. Yeah, if you say taking the piss in America, they'll be like, you're doing what? They think you're completely out of your mind. All right, so what cigar will I smoke? I'm kind of debating. I kind of don't want to smoke any of these right now. Oh no, they're not like really. Let's do this. This is supposed to be a fantastic cigar, and it is called Undercrown. Yeah, Undercrown, and it is Maduro Undercrown. I've never had one yet. This will actually be my christening, my first time. I think it's a Drew Estates, not 100. But let's get this little critter cut open. Actually, this is what I cut my cigars with. And then I I do like a crisscross, and then I cut it across this way. And then sometimes I actually bite them off. It depends on the mood I'm in. Tonight, I felt fancy. That's pretty good. That's a little bit more cut. Alright, there we go. I don't have my blowtorch. Honestly, blowtorch is my favorite way to light a cigar, bar none. Alright, Ash. Oh, it is very late. You're right. I had a very good time talking with you. God bless. Likewise. Have a fantastic night. Hope I see you around again. Follow me on YouTube if you want. I actually go live on YouTube more. But hey, fantastic chatting with you. Thank you for translating. Sláinte. Oh. Uh-oh. I didn't take the bottom ring off. Those videos. Getting there. Might have to light that again. One match might just might not be enough. Okay, so Jalapeno says, you mentioned an Irish neighborhood in America. There's a lot of Irish neighborhoods in America. One being the city of Boston. The other one, with Detroit, has a very large Irish populace. So does New York City. In Detroit, it's called Corktown. It's been gentrified a bit, so it's not as Irish as it used to be. But growing up, it was Irish through and through. And then so Funk Congress says that took that I look a lot out of me. Dark? Yeah, it is a Maduro. It is dark. Mature. And Funk Congress says, I'm feeling we're getting set to have a pretty good stream here. It does seem pretty funny, guys. And yeah, we're doing the pregame thing. So Funk Congress, you're out of Philadelphia. I've been to Philly. And I went to Little Poland, because I'm part Polish. And there was an incident where we didn't know our PIN number for our debit card, because we just got it. Don't want to relive that memory. It was a very horrible one. But the Polish, cute little babshas decided to allow us to leave and not pay, because they understood we were not in a good way. And so we said, okay, all right, thank you, we appreciate it very much. The next day we said, no, we're going back, we're paying them, and we're giving them interest. Well, so we decided to make our way back through Philadelphia from our hotel, and we decided we knew better than MapQuest. And when you think you know better than MapQuest, you end up in a town, well, a neighborhood called Kensington. And this was before all like the social media influencers were going there and like, you know, like exploiting the place. No, we wound up at Kensington, what do they call it, K&A, Kensington and Allegheny. That was a good time, let me tell you. I'm from Detroit. I've been through some of the nastiest holes of Detroit. Kensington blew my mind. Absolutely blew my mind. And that's an old Scottish neighborhood, which really is particularly wild. Yeah, I bet you do know Kensington. That is quite the place. All right, Kalu says, good night, Ash. Yes, absolutely. Ash was, what a gem. Had a lot of fun. All right, so this is a cigar. This is the Undercrown. The Drew Estate Undercrown. Yep. Okay, it is Drew Estate. And so far, it's actually not bad. It's okay. It's okay. It's a solid one of those you keep in the humidor, the Tupperware, when friends come over that smoke cigars and they want something that's kind of nice. this is one I think would be a good match. What's going on in your neck of the woods, Cal Louie? Actually, I didn't know you were still around. All right. Unplug this. Inside this. Truth Hurts says Kensington is a disgrace and an American embarrassment. It is. It was very sad. It was. That's the most depressed place I've ever been in my entire life. I've never been out of the United. I've been to Canada, but outside of Canada, I've never been out of the United States. I don't travel. I have a health issue, so I don't really trust medicine outside of Detroit. But anyway, no, that was tough. And Ken Ruby says, "Are you single?" No, I am not. I've been with the same girl for 11 years. And then Funk Congress says, "I took that train every day for 4 years during high school through Kensington. What was it like going through Kensington in high school?" And then Truth Hurts says, "We have it in LA now." LA has had it for a while, though. You guys have had Skid Row for a long time. I'll be honest, when it comes to like tech, if like I don't respond to things quick, it's not personal. I promise it's not. I'm still learning how to like do all this stuff. Let's kick this way a little bit. Okay, I got this new like setup where it's like two phones on like one tripod, so it's kind of wild. It's almost like two eyes kind of seeing like the same picture. You just chilling? That's cool, man. Yeah, 1994 was rough, but not like crazy. Like, yeah, Detroit was pretty rough in the early 90s. Real rough, actually. Detroit used to have something called the Big Three. And if you guys have ever seen the show Peaky Blinders, there was a character, if you haven't, there's a character named Inspector Campbell. And Inspector Campbell just, well, he was, I don't know, there we go. It feels weird on my safety glasses anyway. But Inspector Campbell was Rebel meets Rebel. And they needed a bad, mean dude. So you know what I'm talking about? To fight the bad, mean dudes on the other side. And Detroit had that. We called them the Big Three. I was actually real little when they kind of ceased to exist. Well, no, they kind of ended in the 90s. But my mom used to hang out in a neighborhood called Del Rey. Del Rey is one of the most southern neighborhoods of Detroit, but it was really dangerous. But she was like one of the homies. And when she grew up there, it was largely Mexican. Before that, it was Kashubian, which is a Polish ethnicity, and Hungarian. But by the time she was growing up there, it was dangerous. And the guys she grew up with were some down-ass dudes, to be completely honest. And I remember her saying something about kind of being silly one night, and the guys were like, "Nah, man, we don't fuck around with that, because we'll get the Big Three on us." And my mom's like, "Yeah, so what?" She's like, and the guys were like, "No, we don't fuck with the Big Three in Detroit. They'll throw your ass in the river just as quick as like the bosses will, like the crime bosses." And she's like, "Come on." And they're like, "Nope, those guys don't play." Like when crack was really bad in Detroit and it was really flipping our city, I got cowlicks. When it was really flipping our city upside down, Detroit found a way to battle them, and these were some bad dudes. That's all I can say. And they were, if I could say, they were probably who inspired Inspector Campbell, to be completely honest. They were bad. But it's just the way it is. Truth Hurt says, Skid Row was mostly drunks way back. Booze was a really bad problem way back, so that does kind of make sense. Chaos Whisperer, what are we making? Today I'm not actually, well, I was making something. Here, I'll show you. I was making this. This is a battle spoon. I'll show you one that's a little bit more further along. This one, that actually still on. This one's made out of pine. It's the same like, this is actually the template for the one I just showed you. This is one I'll be keeping in my house, maybe bring it to the Ren Fair, but I'll be dyeing it, staining it some color. And no, that's what I was making tonight. And now I'm just kind of like winding down, just kind of hanging out and having a good time. And then Funkner says, why am I not getting the sub button? Actually, I don't know. I don't know how technology works. I wish I could help you there. I barely know how to turn my phone on. That's the best I have. But yeah, that's unfortunate. So for you love Peaky Blinders, I actually have a friend whose wife is born and raised in Birmingham, where Peaky Blinders take place. And she actually did say that it's not quite the way they portrayed it on TV. She said the Peaky Blinders in real life were kind of more like common street thugs. That surprised me. You actually might be. I don't know how to check right now because I'm live. It's YouTube's like really weird about stuff like that. Like if I touch anything and like move it, it will it'll completely shut everything down. I'll have to restart it. But in Detroit we have. I can't actually compare them to the Peaky Blinders, but we do have a crime organization that was here called the Purple Gang. The Purple Gang, they're from the city just north of me. And is the Peaky Blinders based off a true story? Very loosely. They're not like the Purple Gang. Like I was gonna say, like the Purples are who did the St. Valentine's Day massacre. Like those are like real deal gangsters. The Peaky Blinders, as I understand it, in Birmingham, were kind of common street thugs, not really organized like the Purples were, and it just like not like a Tommy Shelby didn't exist. There wasn't a Jonathan. Jonathan, by the way, is my favorite of the Peakies in the show. And so it's like very loosely based off of them. There are a couple characters, I guess, that are based off real ones, and they were very sharp dressers. And there's actually a couple kids from Spain that dress like the Peakies, and it's really cute. You can find them online, and they like the way they walk through airports and malls and stuff. It's pretty cool. Oh, the English gangsters with the Cray twins. Those guys are nuts. Oh my god, they were something else. But yeah, the Crays. They what's the movie? I can't remember what it's called right now, but there is a movie about them, and that is what a fantastic. I think it's called Legend. It might be called Legend, but man, those guys. They ruled England with an iron fist. The Italians actually tried to muscle their way in, and the Crays did not allow them. And then Truth Hurts says, when I was about 10, my dad drove me through Skid Row and said, get my grades up or I will end up on Skid Row. That scare tactic actually worked. I'm 62 now and turned out okay. Getting ready to retire. Hey, Nostrovia. Crays, K-R-A-Y. It was Randy and Ronnie Cray? I think it was Randall and Ronald. I think were their twin names. Yeah, there is definitely some reality to showing kids the horrors of life. A couple of my friends' parents were all born in like the 50s. And in Detroit, we had the 67 riots, which were really bad. And a couple of my friends' parents had stories of when they were messing up, when the riots were happening. Their parents took them down there to show them. And this was before the military came in, not the National Guard, the actual military. We had real military intervention come into Detroit, and they showed them, and they said, you know, like if you don't straighten your life out, this is basically what you're going to witness. And that was kind of like a whoa, that's a solid, sobering way to scare a kid straight. And they said it actually well. A couple of them said it worked. One of them turned out to be pretty bad, but it is what it is. Alright, Fun Congress says, let me tell you, this has been a really fun stream for my current state of inebriation. Well met. I agree. Kalu just got done finishing rolling up, but your name still cracks me up, dude. He's like, I don't know, I just picked the name. But Kalu! It's all I want to say when you like pop up. So I actually, I'm not a big fan of marijuana, but I used to love rolling up my friends' joints for them. Like, I actually used to roll my own cigarettes. I used to love smoking rolled cigarettes. And then you say, come on down by South Philly, I'll buy you a drink. Someday I will be back for sure. That is, what a fantastic city. I went there when I was a kid in the early, mid-90s, probably mid-90s. And that was actually when the Liberty Bell was still completely like uncased. Like there was nothing around it. When I went back 7 years ago, it was more cordoned off and they had like a structure over it and stuff like that. It was pretty wild to see it be so different. And Kalu says, no, call me by my real username. Kalu! Jim Cool. Dude, your name is ridiculous. It is amazing to say it. Truther says you have an amazing style. Hey, let's drive you. So, you're saying they used a cage for maintenance. It was just interesting to see. Like, to me, it felt more like the like security measures being taken. I guess you could say that like were not so common when you or I were kids. Like, I'm 42. You're 20 years older than me, I believe you said, and it's just changing of things. You know, old America. And he says, Kalu says, I'm mortal pretty much everywhere. I don't change my use. I don't know what that mortal means. That's funny. And then TikTok is one of those places I'd be changing my name. Or Eric. Kalu is more fun. No, actually, last time I was in Philadelphia, I went to Mutter's Museum. That was really cool. That is such a cool place. And like my girlfriend and I, we are both medical professionals, and we have a true affinity for like the morbid aspect of medicine. And it was really exciting to see, especially the wall of skulls. I don't know if you've ever been to Mutters or not, but seeing the wall of skulls, like of the ethnicities and whatnot, that was really cool because I have friends that are of some of these ethnicities, and you could see like similarities in the structure and the jaw and whatnot. It was cool. And then I came home and I was telling my neighbor about it, and he got freaked out about it. Everything scared him, though, to be completely honest. Um, Pointing out that it was a sunny day sometimes offended him, just to tell you how offended he was by everything. So Kalu says Mordo is from Mordecai from regular show on YouTube. So when I think of the name Mordecai, I actually think of the name Malachi. And if you've ever seen Children of the Corn, that's what comes to mind for me. So, oh gee, I finally remember what I was gonna say. They have a Peaky Blinders clone in Brazil too. Are you sure it's not the one in Spain? To be completely honest, but if it's the one in Brazil too, go Brazil, go Spain. That's sick. Alright, and then Funk Congress says, believe it or not, I shot a movie tonight, 5 blocks from the Mutters Museum. I know, I believe it, definitely. My sister is in Hollywood too, so that's pretty cool. You're shooting movies, man. I actually walked across the Captain America set that was shot in Cleveland. I think it was called Winter Soldier. They had a metal subtitle for it, but I walked right through it. I had no idea I was walking through it, and we got yelled at and scolded like, "You can't be here!" Blah blah blah. And when we were walking across, it was kind of funny because you could hear like they were like doing like pyrotechnics and stuff for one of the battle scenes, but it was cool. And Truther says, do you keep moisture in your Tupperware container? Yes, my Tupperware is kept at 62% Bovitas. That's how I rock mine. I've done 65. It seemed a little too wet for my taste. And even though I keep them at 62, from what I've gathered from those that actually have hygrometers, it keeps it closer to like 65. And even though I keep them at 62, I still dry box them for sometimes a few days before I even smoke them. And then Funk Conker says, I'm a dummy, you didn't say mummer, I said mutters. Yeah, I mean, hey, it's you know, like you said, you see a few peekies here and there. It's a freaking cool costume. When I was a kid, 20 years ago, it was the Boondock Saints. That was the one you saw. And the downside is the guys that dressed like the Boondock Saints were just like really not that cool. They're kind of lame. And then the guys that are acting like the Peaky or dressing like the Peaky Blinders, these guys got swagger. They got confidence. The guys that dress like the Boondock Saints didn't. It was so unfortunate. And like we'd see them for like Halloween parties, and they'd have like the tattoos on their fingers, the fake ones, and we were just like, you guys are so soft. And like the Boondock Saints were like so raw. Yeah, it's pretty cool what the Peakies are though. I like it. So what kind of movie did you shoot tonight? And also, what do you mean? Like you said, you have a theory for why the Peaky Blinders guys have such an attitude. I mean, they were thugs. I mean, there's no doubt about it. A rom-com in the age of Instagram. That's interesting. I just really like Philadelphia. I just like that part of America. God, I got cowlicks. These cowlicks. If I could cut them off, I would. Anyway. Hey, that happens too. Does happen. I actually watched a movie a couple nights ago. I don't remember what the hell it was called, and it was like some lesbian movie. My girlfriend and I, we watch them all the time. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're bad. This one, I don't even know where they were going with it. By the end, we were just like, why did they even add like the gay element? It like didn't even make sense. It was like a, well, that was weird kind of moment. No, it is not interesting. It's a fucking dud. What is your trade with the film world? Actually, when I was in Philadelphia, there were some people that were shooting some other movie. It was small time, but it was still cool to see it nonetheless. So, Font Congress, this might be new to you, but I have no idea what a DP is. I don't know your jargon. Director of photography. I never would have guessed that in a million years. What was it? The first Transformers was filmed in Detroit. I took a big bite of shortbread, so now I got shortbread in my mouth. So hang on, let me chew it up. Okay, so when they were shooting Transformers, and it was in one of the particularly epic battle scenes, it was actually filmed with an iPhone, which I don't remember what iPhone it was at that time. It actually could have just been the iPhone. But the camera on that phone was so exceptional that it was actually good enough to shoot that scene in Hollywood, and their $500,000 cameras actually could not do it. And it was because the size of the iPhone was so small that they could actually get it in a more appropriate position. Can you share the name of the movie? I know you guys can always do that. All right, Kylo says, all right, I'm ready to go out. I just got my post-game water prep. I don't even know what that means, but it sounds like you're in for a fantastic hydrating night. If that is the case, Kalu, great talking to you again, dude. Over here on YouTube, Chandan Paswan says good morning. No, it is PM. We are in the PM. It is 11:45, 11:40, 11:50, actually, PM. Yeah, no, you can't say it. Am I a Lions fan? Absolutely. Lions, Tigers, Red Wings, white and red till I'm cold and dead. All day, every day. All right, we're still hanging out with the post-water. What is post-game water? What in the heck is water? Like, I got my post-game water prepared. I think like hydration, not like, well, my post-game water is apparently bourbon because that's what I'm drinking after I did my battle spoon. But yes, I definitely am a Lions fan. When I was a kid, my soccer jersey number was number 20 after Barry Sanders, actually. The greatest running back of all time. Golf is great, man. Golf is really great. I mean, did they tank? Maybe. I mean, people were ready for him this year after last year. Last season was great, really great, and this year they were ready for him, and they let it be known. Just the way it goes. I mean, Michael Jordan, he missed the final shot that could have won the Bulls the championship. No LA teams, huh? Then we got the Kings, the Dodgers. What else is on? The Rams? LA Rams? Is it? Are the Rams LA? I can't remember who the Rams are from. Okay, there we go. Yeah, and Rams had I think they had Bruce Warner. Was that their quarterback who took them to the Super Bowl? Something like that. That was long. God, that was long. Like 20 years ago now. Wow. Actually, my pharmacist yelled at me when the Dodgers and the Blue Jays were in the playoffs for the World Series, and she asked me who I'm going for. Kurt Warner. There we go, Kurt Warner. And she asked me who I was going for, and I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. She said L.A. or Toronto or something. I was like, Detroit, because I always wear a Tigers hat when I'm out in public usually. And I said, Detroit all day, every day. There's no contest. And she goes, no, no, no. Who are you going for real? And I said, Tigers. That's it. And she goes, you're supposed to say the Blue Jays. And I was just like, wow, okay. Still the Tigers, but okay. Did they though? I mean, some will say like the Yankees had bought a lot of their World Series because they could. The Yankees had so much money they could pay the fines because they surpass the cap, the salary cap. There we go, salary cap. So I mean, did they really? Maybe some may feel that way. Which always kind of surprised me because they'll say the Yankees can like surpass the salary cap, but then you have the Detroit Lions, and they're owned by Ford Motor Company basically. There is nothing the Yankees have that tops Ford Motor Company, and somehow the Tigers or the Lions have been rebuilding for I don't know 50 years, and then we had a pop in the 90s where they made it to the playoffs, and then they were whatever the Lions were rebuilding for 49 years, and then we get Campbell, and they're doing great, and they do pretty good, and they're still actually doing pretty good. I'm still behind them 100%. Um, but they're not like the Yankees. Somehow the Yankees are a dynasty. The Lions should have been. I'll say this. Truth hurts. What you mean by that? Like, you say they're not Dodgers. What do you mean they're not Dodgers? Like, in what regard? Oh, so Kyle, you're saying it's finally not that windy. Dude, I'm the same way as you. Like, so yesterday was absolutely horrible in my neck of the woods, and it was just like nasty, bitter cold. Just like the wind would not stop for nothing. And then today it finally mellowed out, and I was just like, oh my gosh! I just felt like a relief just like come over me. When that wind is out there and this cold, it just is like it's not your friend. So you're saying they got paid a lot of money to come to the Dodgers? Okay, like I get that, but like, what about A-Rod? He's paid a lot of money to go to the Yankees. The youngest person to ever take a team to the World Series, by the way, fun fact of the night, is from Taylor, Michigan. His name is Steve Avery. We went to the same high school. His jersey was retired on the high school gymnasium wall. He was 18 years old and took the Atlanta Braves to the World Series. Yeah, he had John Smoltz on the team, don't get me wrong, but Steve Avery is the one who has the numbers that won them the World Series. I mean, think about it. When you get paid a lot of money to come play on a team, why does that not make them a real member of the team? I mean, like, the Red Wings have Steve Avery, Steve Eiserman, sorry. He was a lifelong wing. I get that. The Lions, they had Barry Sanders, lifelong Lion. I get that. The Tigers had who knows how many even. Uh, that's like the dynasty team of dynasty teams, really. Like, them and the Yankees. Maybe Red Sox are probably, like, within that range where, like, when you join, that's it. What year what? I am a legitimate fan of this cigar. If you guys have never had a Drew Estate, what's it called again? Undercrown. Undercrown. This is actually tasty. I am a fan. Steve Avery with the Braves. So he played he played with my mom's friend's son in high school at Kennedy. So I was class of '01, and I think Avery was like 94 with the Braves. something like that. You'd have to look it up. I can't look it up right now, but it was something along that time frame. And yeah, he was an 18-year-old rookie. He took the Atlanta Braves to the World Series, and they won. And with style, to be completely honest, they won with style. And Steve Avery is an absolute legend in my hometown to this day. He did a lot of good for the youth of the city. He put all new baseball fields in. He just was a really great guy, truthfully. He kept a real low profile, though, which I was surprised because he truly was, in a lot of ways, like the pride of Detroit. I mean, he was just a kid from Taylor, Michigan, and won the World Series. I just remember watching all those World Series games, and everybody crowded around their TVs. Man, it was such a like a everyone came together kind of moment out of Taylor, because like Taylor, you said you're from Michigan. Where are you from in Michigan, actually? Originally, Truth Hurts, by the way. Hey, Mark the Bird. He lived next city over from me. Actually, he lived in a town called Allen Park. And the thing that was so great about the Bird was he was so down to earth. Like the dude just like lived in like a modest house. Like Allen Park has some really nice neighborhoods. Don't get me wrong, but he just lived in like a regular house, and he was just kind of like the cool guy in the neighborhood. And he just was like, if he was going to work, obviously to go work for the Tigers, he'd like wave to the kids and he'd hang out at bonfires and stuff. The Bird was just what a great guy. I think he was 84 Tigers if I recall. Dominic Scarrow, I can't understand. 50 mission. I don't know what that means, but cool. And then there is the greatest Tiger of all time. That's the worst. Denny McLain. Terrible person. Made records that'll never be broken. Terrible human being. Amazing baseball pitcher. So Truth Hurt says, no, my grandfather lived in Detroit. He ran from the mafia and ended up in Detroit. Oh. He ended up in Detroit from New York. That's wild because Detroit had a mean ass outfit. They still exist to this day. The Detroit, they call them the Detroit Partnership. Lives in Detroit, right? That's wild, man. Because we got what they call them here, the Tocos and the Zorillis. Then to Orlando. Your grandfather was a globe-trotting man, at least in the North American continent. I've been to Orlando one time. Interesting town. Hey, Ford Motor Company, they employed part of my family too. If you ever come to Detroit, there's really cool. Henry Ford was huge into history, and he liked having history enjoyed by everybody. And he has a place called Henry Ford Museum, and then he has an outside section called Greenfield Village. And Greenfield Village is exceptionally cool because he has like the house he grew up in, the house that Thomas Edison grew up in, but it's like literally the houses they grew up in. And he set up a village, and you can go in all of them, and it's still kept up to this day. And it's like history comes alive in them. It's really something. They have horse-drawn carriages. They have a really cool Halloween, Thanksgiving, and Christmas, and they dress up to the old way of the time of like Henry Ford's heyday. It's a very, very cool. But Henry Ford Museum, if you're into automotive history at all, or like mechanized history of the Industrial Revolution, Henry Ford Museum is off the charts. It is so cool. They have flywheels that are 30 feet tall, and it is absolutely cool to see this gigantic wheel spinning through the floor, just running these machines. And they have steam-powered locomotives that are 15, 20 feet tall, like 50, 60 feet long. It's incredible. It's truly an amazing, very magical place. It's amazing to see what powered the world at the time it did, and how big things were, and what we have changed from that period. Amazing is all I can say. I'm gonna have some more shortbread. love that stuff. So, maybe. I'm not entirely sure because there was a. Not Kalu's a sit by for me. Kalu. This stuff is amazing. Dark shortbread. It is so good. So, is Detroit still doing the, like, revitalizing where you can buy a house for like $1? I heard they still are. Are they really? I don't know. But there was a period about 10, 15 years ago, actually within that time frame, where they were doing that. You could buy houses for $1. And they were trying to get a lot of these houses rehabilitated. And a lot of them did come back, actually. And with that came back the names of neighborhoods. Because growing up, Detroit, we didn't really call them neighborhoods. Like we had Corktown, the Irish neighborhood. We called it that. We had Poletown, but that fit was fading off in like the 90s. And then we had like East Side, West Side, Northwest. That's kind of how we like deciphered Detroit. But do we still have that? It might still exist a bit. It's not what it used to be. 10 years ago, you were able to get these really nice homes in like really nice neighborhoods. Like one of the neighborhoods my friend moved in, it's called Green Acres, like the TV show. There's Green Acres, Sherwood Forest, and Palmer Woods. It's all in one little area, and those houses are beautiful. It's the old mansion districts. Palmer Woods will blow your mind. That's like true, massive, like 50,000 square foot mansions, and those you weren't buying for $1, obviously. But anyway, so my friend that lived in Green Acres, she got in on, they call it the land grant program or something, and Detroit was requiring you to sign 10-year not loans or leases, but like promise that you would stay in the city of Detroit for those 10 years, so you were not flipping these houses. That did good, it did bad. And Detroit did have a good revitalization. It's not doing bad. It's actually doing pretty good. It actually seems like it's more steady now, when before it was kind of like a blast. And like I said, with that like $1 house program they brought back the neighborhoods. Like now we have Corktown again. Now we have Southwest. Now we have Delray. Now we have Boynton. Now we have Elmwood Park. Like I said before, it was just Northwest, East Side, West Side, that kind of thing. But now they're actually breaking it down into like little neighborhoods again. And I think that is actually part of what's going to bring Detroit back, is having like neighborhood pride instead of like quadrant pride. That's my take on it, at least. Then you say, someday when I do a chat on gentrification, you're all in. Gentrification is a very interesting conversation at the end of the day. It really is. Because, like, so my favorite brand of files to make knives with is Hayes. Hayes brand was made in Detroit since 1870. I like anything from the Rust Belt of America, but I'm partial to Detroit for obvious reasons. You know, this is my hometown. Well, the neighborhood it's in now, they call it Tech Town. Back in the day, I think it was actually called Ferris Historic District, something like that, or Brush Park. Brush Park was our mansion, like really nice mansion district, and that was in like the late 1900s, late 1800s, early 1900s. And the problem is Detroit's had some rough times, and a lot of these mansions were broken into like apartments and whatnot. And some of these apartments started becoming kind of slummy and bringing in like hippie crash pads and stuff like that. And that lowers the rent in prime real estate, because Brush Park is right in downtown. Like, I mean, like right around where the Lions play, right around where the Tigers play, right in our theater district. Detroit, by the way, has the second best theater district in North America. Number one is New York City. And so you're having these like beautiful mansions being broken down into apartments. And Some will say gentrification is what moved these people out, but there's not a lot to be gained by people that are paying like $500-600 a month right in literal Mansion District downtown Detroit. So gentrification can have some good. Alright, Mortal Play is back. Honestly, a very nice sesh. Seshi? Sesh? What's up? Wait, are you Mortal Play? Are you Mortal Play? Uh. Kalu? Hit 3. Not there, but there. Oh. As I'm making short. So my crowning achievement with my shortbread, like I said, was my impending brother-in-law approved of it, which is very exciting. So I sent my sister some in LA. Sent her a whole like pound and a half of shortbread. I think it was actually a pound of shortbread. She didn't know I was sending it to her, and her beau definitely didn't know I was sending it to her. And I wrote like all this silly Scottish stuff all over the package. And I swear, if you don't save me a piece, I make this shit all the time, dude. I don't make it once a year. I make it all the damn time. I eat this stuff like it's going out of style. But my impending brother-in-law came in one day from work, and my sister just had it sitting on the counter. I don't know if she had it like sitting there to like surprise him or what. But he comes in, he goes, "Is that shortbread?" And my sister goes, "Yeah." He goes, "Hey, it's shortbread." He goes, "Where'd you get shortbread from?" I can't do his accent, but I'm trying very hard. And she goes, "My sister." He goes, "Your family makes shortbread." He goes, "That's what it looks like what my nan made me." And she goes, "That's what our grandma made us." He goes, "I got to try your shortbread." He tried it. And he goes, "My God, it's like my nan used to make me growing up in whatever the fuck he said. It wasn't Everett. He had another name for it. He goes, "This is good fucking shortbread." What a fucking good compliment. This Scottish guy just comes in and he goes, "It's shortbread." And my sister said when he walked in, he just kind of looked at me. "Is that shortbread?" He just like turned and looked and was like, "Ah." Like the Scottish lights shone down upon him. You get my humor, I think. If you don't, I'm still laughing. Dude, like, the way she said it was seriously like he was just kind of like, "Is that shortbread?" Yeah, like, when you love your native food apparently that much, you just go. And he had a piece and she said he ate it like a kid that was just like, "I feel like I'm back home in Aberdeen." I wish I could do his accent. It is so strong. Actually, even with his like classes to remove his R roll, it's still pretty strong. And like she was saying, like one of the words that cracks her up the most is, so like their double vowels are like ugh. So like when he says like food, he'd be like, "Get the food." Food. It almost sounds like foot. Aaron Rodgers get hurt? Don't get hurt, Aaron Rodgers. Actually, was it preseason last year? Actually, was it August? One of the Lions took a full-on knee, like right full-on to the face, like straight up career-ending level. It actually didn't end his career, but it was really scary because he started convulsing right on the field and everything. I'm almost out of bourbon. I wish they made like a non-alcoholic bourbon. Aaron's not young though. He's like 47 or something. I remember Cleveland Browns, the dog pound. They have been like people make fun of the Lions for being bad. The Browns are way worse. And they had this quarterback. I think his last name was it Campbell? Anyway, this guy was really good. And he actually my ex-girlfriend at the time, because I lived in Cleveland, she worked at the Cleveland Clinic, and she did the CAT scans. And when people got hurt on the game, she goes, all right, they'll be in my bed or like table within like 30 minutes, and then she'd be scanning them, etc. And like I said, the quarterback for the Browns, I think it was Campbell. I don't think that was his name. He was really good. This guy had straight up career-ending injury, like third game in, like straight up like knee reversal or like sideways, whatever it was, career-ending. And I remember she told me, which is illegal, but anyway, um, she told me though that when she did the scan, like he was done, like his career was over, and it was like released to the public the next day, like this guy's done. He's no longer NFL quality. It was unfortunate. It was really sad because he was really really good. So Truth Hurt says, in Cali, shortbread is soft. That's very interesting because that is where my sister and her beau lives, and there is quite a Scottish population, and he does not approve of the shortbread in California anywhere that he has had it. But he does approve of my family's recipe. Immortal says, I wish I were more into sports. Who we got in the Super Bowl this year? I don't even know. I think it's just... Did it get decided yet? I know that the Philadelphia got knocked out by San Francisco last 2 nights ago. 2 nights ago. And yeah, I think Saturday night. Anyway, Philadelphia is knocked out. San Francisco has advanced, but I don't know if they're semifinals or going to the Super Bowl. So actually, I don't know. Truth Hurts, if you could fill us in. You seem like you're more on that than me. I don't keep track of the NFL. I'm actually more of a fan of college football. Given the opportunity. I actually don't watch the Super Bowl anymore. I haven't watched the Super Bowl in, God, probably. No, I watched it one time because my girlfriend's cousin was in the Super Bowl. He's who the hell did he play for? Kansas City Chiefs? Sutherland. That's all I know is his last name, Sutherland. My team when it comes to football is Michigan State. That's like my number one. It's like Michigan State. I like Brigham Young. Uh, the Dogs. I love Georgia. The Georgia Dogs. Roll Tide. I love Alabama. And Ohio State. I love Ohio State. I'm not a Michigan fan at all. I do not like U of M. Seahawks, they made it to the Super Bowl when the Super Bowl was actually in Detroit. Super Bowl 40, it was the L. And it was really cool because my mom was part of one of the volunteers, and they got like all this like cool Super Bowl gear. But there was a guy that was dressed up in Seahawks colors, and he had like the troll, like you guys like the little troll dolls. He had like a troll wig on, and he had like his face all painted up, and he had a kilt matching the Seahawks colors. So it was a really cool time in Detroit. And where do I get these cigars? So I get them from a few places. I actually get these, and I got these on the same website. I got them on cigarbid.com. Be careful, you've been warned. It will drain you of your bank account if you're not careful. Armando says, I gotta go for Bills or Giants because I'm in New York. The Bills, and the Bills, when it was it Jim Kelly was the quarterback? They had some good runs. Jim Kelly, what an icon. What an absolute legend. His daughter is freaking beautiful too. think it was Buffalo Bills he played for. It's amazing how much the shortbread just like gums up your mouth. He may not have never won. My point is, I'm pretty sure he had like a few runs to the Super Bowl. I think it was like back to back with the Cowboys or something like that. I think the Cowboys beat him like 52-17 or something. That was a pretty wild Super Bowl. But I mean, Troy Aikman, he really was something out there. You know, you can say he lost 4 Super Bowls, and I can say he made 4 Super Bowls. He's still one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. He's like John Elway. Those guys are just machines that didn't quit. And one guy doesn't win a Super Bowl. That's like, so the Lions had Matthew Stafford, statistically the greatest quarterback of NFL history. But everyone says it is Tom Brady. Tom Brady didn't win the Super Bowl. He had an amazing offensive line. That's a big part of it. Matt Stafford had the Lions. But Matthew Stafford's stats, they actually surpassed Tom Brady. So I mean, a team to make it 4 times, that's impressive. One quarterback to make it 4 times, that's impressive. Who was it? Emmitt Smith. He acknowledged that if he didn't have the Dallas Cowboys as his offensive line, he never would have been what he was. And if Barry Sanders had the offensive line the Dallas Cowboys had in Detroit, no one would have touched his records for the next century. You gotta put a ring on his shirt, but you know, it's like saying Michael Jordan is why the Bulls won the playoff or the NBA championship. He also had Phil Jackson as a coach. He had Scottie Pippen as his right-hand man, even though they hated each other. And then he had Dennis Rodman on top of it a few years later. To say one guy did it, I don't really like that, because it means one guy gets all the glory. I mean, the quarterback is the captain of the ship, don't get me wrong, but Matt Stafford's numbers are better. Oh man, I got some bad rolling in here. We'll see if this thing, it makes sense why it started burning so uneven. I got 2 holes in there. Alright. But I see it like this. Barry Sanders, he broke pretty much every record Walter Payton and Jim Brown ever set with the Lions as his offensive line. That is epic level badassery. Damn Colin. And to do that with the Lions, imagine if Barry had played for the Cowboys. Holy cow, good night. Forget about it. I'm sure Scottie Pippen does go to a country club. I don't know, he's a really rich guy. Actually, I had both Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen shoes when I played basketball in high school. Pippen's way better. Jordan's suck. Those are the worst damn basketball shoes I have ever had, and Pippen's were the best. Oh no, Barry absolutely broke some Peyton records. Peyton set a lot of records, and Barry broke a lot of them. Oh, on TikTok, Cat Merca says, "Where are you from?" Hello. I'm from Detroit. Where are you from, Cat? I worked at a country club in Cleveland, and the CEO of Progressive was actually a member there. It was actually called the Country Club in Pepper Pike. I just told you I'm from Detroit. And he was actually a very cool guy, very nice, very humble, very polite. You're from Kazakhstan. What the hell is it you guys eat there? You guys got good food, that's all I know. Do you speak Russian? Ah, is it your first language? Second language? I know you guys have like, because like of the USSR holdovers. Da? No. No. Yeah, tiny bit. Very bad words. I will not say them on live. The amount of Russian I speak is very bad. It's very offensive, and I will not speak it. Trust me, what I say in Russian, you don't want to hear it. It's that bad. Like I said, if Barry had the offensive line the Dallas Cowboys had, like Emmitt Smith had, he would have blown right through Peyton or Walter Payton's record. Wouldn't even been a question. Even Emmitt Smith acknowledged that. Da. Like I said, you can't, at least in my opinion, this is just my thoughts. I don't like crowning one person over a team sport, especially one like football where it's so strategic. It's a pet peeve of mine. I am from Detroit, Michigan. Da, Detroit. Detroit. What? I retired on purpose. I mean, it's one of them things that's definitely Detroit, Michigan, USA. Da. Retired on purpose? Maybe. I mean, he wanted to go out not being crippled. Running back is the most punishing position in football. What was it? Eddie George, who played for Ohio State. I think he made it like 6 years in the NFL or something like that, and he retired because not Eddie George. Eddie George was the quarterback, I think. Either way, running back is the most punishing position in football. What do I work? I don't know what that means, but I make battle spoon. Da. Da. Yeah, I mean, hey, that's, when you're growing up as a kid, Walter Payton, that's especially his age, that's your hero, you know what I mean? And I mean, he's great. Yes, I have 2 dogs. And what's with all these questions out of Kazakhstan? Let's talk about real stuff. What time of day is it where you're at? But no, I mean, it's one of them things. It is what it is. It's one of them things like I won't argue about. And Barry Sanders, as far as I see it, is the greatest running back of all time. Matthew Stafford is the greatest quarterback of all time. They don't have rings on their fingers, fine. But their numbers stand on their own, in my opinion. $11:30 p.m. here. What kind of dogs do you have over there in Los Angeles? I have a Shiba Inu and a Beagle Manchester Terrier mix. And then Reese says, hey. Hi, Reese. And over on TikTok, we got 0925. Okay. Oh, okay, close. So, yeah, 11. If you can tell. Hang on. There we go. There's where we are. Oh, you got 2 routes, right on. All right, Richie says, I like your glasses. They're cool. Thank you. These are called safety glasses from the U.S. Army. Not kidding. These are actually U.S. Army approved safety glasses I got that were overstocked. Nope, these are safety glasses. So the cigar website is cigarbid.com. Like I said, you've been warned. But it's cigarbid.com. The shorthand is cbid. And yeah, I do make knives. Here is a behemoth I made a while ago. I'm going to remake the handles on it, but here's a big knife I made. Reese, where? Oh, you call safety? Stop it. You okay? So in the UK, what you guys call pudding, we do not call pudding here. We have one specific thing for pudding. You guys call everything pudding, as far as we call it. And then you also, what is it? Biscuits. What you call biscuits, we call cookies. And what you call rompers, we call sweaters. This is not what I call a sweater. I call this a hoodie. But in my opinion, a sweater is like knit, crocheted, whatever. But I have one TikTok. I'm on YouTube. I'm sorry, Kat. I'm also live on YouTube right now. So, yeah. Yep, this is a big bastard I made. Actually, I'll show you what I made it out of. Hang on. Second. It's over here somewhere. Where did I put it? There it is. So the origins of that knife was actually, it sticks, was actually a farrier's rasp. That's what that knife became. This is what I made my knife out of. No, romper. R-O-M-P-E-R, romper. If you've never heard a sweater called a romper in the UK, I don't believe you're from the UK. Good instrument. What's a good instrument? Because you're in Kazakhstan, so you guys understand English a little bit different than us. The downside of this cigar is getting down to the bottom third. It's getting a little bit harder to smoke. You are not from the UK if you don't know the word romper. Or if you are, you've been kept in a box, or you're like a recent transplant. It was about here is where it started originally. I mean, Buck is so Horace Buck, Hoyt Buck, the creator of Buck knives. What is Gavanna? Made every knife he ever made out of files, and every knife he had, they call him four taps, because he stamped each of his initials Buck with an individual letter stamp. You're 36, never heard of that, lived in England your whole life. It actually is a thing. Sweaters are called rompers. It's in the Harry Potter books. The English have accredited this continuously. Yep. Oh. You got me. Jumper. Cat, I'm a dyke. You don't want me. Nope, they're called jumpers. That's what it is. Jumper. Not romper. Jumper. Romper is a completely ridiculous fashion statement they tried making popular a few years ago. For guys, which was really weird. Hey, I speak American English. You speak English. Whatever. You know, I gotta say, over in like like in the stands, like Kazakhstan, especially Uzbekistan, you guys have a way. Actually, hang on, I'll show you. This is not a knife from Kazakhstan or Uzbekistan. It's actually from my backyard. I made it. I use it for chopping up wood. But you guys have knives like this in Kazakhstan for chopping up meat. And you guys will use like two at once. And you do like this like cool like chopping method. It's freaking cool. And I think I'm going to make another one. And I might even put them to use as butcher knives for doing that. I love what you guys do with food. Yeah, we say solder. We do not say solder. And, oh, yeah, sorry about that. I think I showed you before. I'll still call you Kalu. It's got a real hefty spine to it. It's rusty as shit. Got a real thick spine. But yeah, they, in like the Central Asia, they have this thing with these really heavy-ended knives. And they'll take them, they do this like really interesting chopping style. And they don't grind their meat like we do. They chop it. And they chop it really fine, and it makes a different texture than ground meat. It's really good. Yeah, it actually is just a lot of fun. Yeah, Reese says, I'm pretty good at woodwork. I have a famous relative carpenter called Robert Mossman Thompson. Thank you, Kalu. And Reese says, he carved a little mouse into all his work pieces. That's adorable. When I retire, I'm going to get into woodworking. Woodworking is actually a lot of fun, to be completely honest. It is. Actually, hold on. So the knife I made is extremely rough, and I'm aware of that. But these are actually, it's like a Forged and Fire challenge. I actually made both these. I made 2 knives in 48 hours, and they're really rough. But they are fully heat treated, and they are fully made. This one's made out of a farrier's rasp. And it's made in a Southeast Asian parang style. And that was the whole idea behind this one. And this was actually made out of a, it's just called tire tool. I don't know what a tire tool is, but apparently it was a thing in cars in like the 1950s in America. And let me show you. I'll show you too. Alright, and then you say, it's weird that TikTok isn't blocking you. You're showing a knife and cigarettes. Oh no, trust me, I got restrictions. They do not like when I smoke. They might block me for showing knives. Who knows? But these are funny looking knives, so maybe they're, you know, not quite on that train yet. But no, they definitely give me warnings all the time for smoking on camera. Alright, and then Psycho says, he says, never done blacksmithing any type. It's a lot of fun. It's its own thing, to say the very least. And then Kalu says, super cool. I think it's pretty cool too. I have a lot of fun doing it. Especially with big bastards like this guy right here. Why do you want to know if I have a WhatsApp? Just point a knife at people and they say crazy shit on me. No, anyway, now that's one of the, it's not the biggest knife I've ever made, but it's one of them. Yep. That's a maker's mark I only use, I think. Nope, twice. This one, and then, where's my other one? It's actually right. Yeah. Oh, got my hand. This is the other one right here. This is an Ulu. Gotta put a handle on it, obviously. How come I got into making knives and do I use them? Yes, actually. Why did I get into it? The best example I have of, or the best reason, I came across a magazine that showed me knives called Bushcraft. And Bushcraft knives are, in my opinion, the most exquisite knives ever made. They just encapsulate so many uses in one very small tool. And I love that about them. And that was what got me interested in it. And, God, my hair always does that. Anyway, and that's actually what got me into it, to be completely honest. And yes, I do use them. Like, I'll show you. One of my wee little critters right here. I make these out of file scraps. Little guys. Like this, I use them for all sorts of stuff. A lot of fun to make, too. There you go. Do I have a WhatsApp and do I want a husband? No, dude, you're just not really my flavor. I'll be honest. You're just not my style. All right. And then Gabu says, that's like a giant's karambit, and maybe I'm just geeked. You talking about this thing? You like Rambo type knives. Rambo type knives, they are their own thing. Spyderco, yeah, Spyderco's not bad. There are some people that have some complaints about them. I've never owned one. I have owned Benchmade, but I will not own an expensive folding knife ever again because I lost my Benchmade in a field in Wisconsin, and that told me I don't need to own expensive knives. So the only knives I'll ever carry anymore that are expensive will be mine. I'm not a Muslim. I never will be. I wish I had some cider. Actually, where I live now, they carry cider year round. And they only started doing that a few years ago. And I usually have cider at all times. I don't have it right now, so I'm a little sad about that. Risa says, no, it was a question. Knives aren't really my thing, but yeah, I find any kind of woodwork or metalwork cool. I did tell you why. I told you why I started making knives, because I read a cool magazine article that was all about bushcraft, and I like the idea of the bushcraft knife. In my opinion, bushcraft knives are the perfect creation of a cutting tool. Anywhere they are in the world, it does not matter what continent, country, ethnicity, culture. I love bushcraft style. And yes, I do use them. I even showed you a knife I used. And that wasn't good enough for you. Truth Hurt says, you are so right, I lost one and had one confiscated from U.S. Customs carrying on my motorcycle crossing that border. Man, I am very leery of crossing that border. I am from Detroit, so we were on the largest, the most heavily trafficked border in North America. And, well, you're allowed to actually carry knives into Canada, at least you were. Probably not now. Canada's kind of gone to the dogs, but still, at one time you were allowed to, but they took your knife. That's pretty shitty of them. That sounds like customs. Where I live, in Detroit, there is the entry point. It's in the neighborhood we call Southwest Detroit. And to get to a street called Clark, I believe it is, you have to go through the same exit you take to get into Canada. And it's really sketchy because you could very quickly wind up in customs, and they're really savage if you take the wrong turn by accident. And if you like go that way into Canada and you hit the turnaround, they can sometimes chase you. One time I did that and I hit the turnaround and I wasn't chased. But they absolutely will chase people. It's totally a thing, and they're horrible when they catch you. They're actually really nasty. They will bully the bejesus out of you. If you're like a single mom with your baby, they'll separate you from your kid for like 6, 7, 8 hours. They'll question you. They'll treat you like you're a fucking drug trafficker. It's really unfortunate. So Michigan is USA on the border of Canada. We're one river apart, basically. Well, one river and 3 lakes apart. It goes, we got Erie, Huron, and Superior. Well, you're coming back from Mexico. That's not the same as going to Canada. Mexico and Canada, there's literally the United States between them. I've never been to Mexico. I have been to Texas. I've been to Corpus Christi and South Padre Island. That's the furthest south I've ever been. Well, I've been to Florida, but there's a whole ocean between them. To get locked up in Mexico over a pocket knife, that is just not acceptable. That's messed up. Although America's trying to clamp down on knives, so I won't even go there. I need water. Almost put it in the wrong cup. At Customs, they can take no prisoners. I mean, they have they got a lot of power, and their power does go beyond the border by so much distance. Like I said, they'll chase you if you do the turnaround wrong, and yeah, it's not fun. It's not cool. That is what it is, though. I guess. What are you gonna do? There's an old saying: you'll never win against City Hall. Mr. Kazakhstan, what's up? What you need? How can I help you? It says people are allowed to carry knives in public here, with the exception of Sikhs, as it is part of their religion or something. Yeah, Sikhs actually carry swords, legit. Yeah, that started in was it the 60s? In India, I think it was. I think it was when Gandhi was alive, and yeah, I think it was the Hindus that actually attacked the Sikhs during that. Yeah, that's pretty wild that the English are not allowed to carry knives in their own native country, and the Sikhs are. That's unfortunate. Yeah, it's yeah. I don't get the I don't understand how it take away from those that do good because of a few that do bad. It's like in America, you know, I'm sitting in my shed right now. I got a gun. I'm allowed to have it. I'm allowed to walk around with it. It's concealed. I don't like that I got to have a license. That's getting repealed hopefully soon in Michigan. But the fact that in Michigan they can still get you in a lot of trouble for carrying knives, that really bothers me. Actually, in the state of Michigan, if you use a knife for self-defense and you tell the police you used it because you wanted to, or if you tell the cops and if you used a knife in self-defense that you carried it because of self-defense purposes, they can actually hit you with a very serious crime. It's not cool. You've never seen a real gun in person. That's too bad. Come to America. It's just what we do. You should see what Paddy Pimblett did, if you know who he is, from Liverpool. He was shooting guns off the back of a Jeep through the desert. But yeah, no, I mean this is just one of the guns I have right here. Right here. It's a Kel-Tec P32. No, I don't have kids. If you say a knife is for whittling, yeah, you know, to be completely honest, that actually depends on the cop. They can't stop you from carrying a knife if it's a folding knife and it's 3 inches or shorter in the state of Michigan. Now, this right here, this is what is considered a fixed blade knife. It doesn't have a handle. It's not really good for anything. This is actually a utility knife. That's actually what I make. My favorite knives outside of bushcraft are minimalist utility knives. I don't want your private message, Mr. Kazak. But anyway, this could actually get you in trouble potentially if you're like concealed carrying this with a gun, which I have a license to carry my gun concealed. I can get in trouble because I have this. They could try and misconstrue that. It's really disgusting, but it is the way of things. Hopefully that's going away though. I gotta say this, Kalu. It's stupid. Oh, you're in New York. They're pretty nasty up there towards you guys. I'm smoking a cigar. This is a Drew Estates Underground. It is a Drew Estates Underground Maduro. But I keep thinking you live in Ohio. I don't know why. And I got a lot of knives. Yes, I make lots of knives. Actually, let me show you the most ridiculous knife I ever made. Hang on. Let me get my sticks out of the way. These are just taking up space. Okay, the most ridiculous knife I ever made. And I mean ever. And this thing is hilarious. I like to swing it around when my neighbors are outside because my neighbors like hate Second Amendment, having protections. This is my most ridiculous knife ever made. I made this out of a farrier's rasp as well. What do I need guns or knives for? Well, because I'm an American and just because I need them. Why? Just because. I like them. I need them. I want them. I like them. They're fun. I like to shoot targets. But I'm carrying a glass bottle full of water and smashing it. Yeah, that's actually a very viable tool, actually. And New York, yeah, New York is rough. Reese says, I know we need weapons for self-defense because of how people are, but I find it kind of depressing and sad that guns and knives even exist. I don't, because humans are a warring animal. We will forever be at war. And do I have 2 guns? Oh, you have 2 guns. What kind of guns do you have? I love talking about them. I love just the mechanization of firearms. It's so fun to me. You guys get the AKs we can't get over here, by the way. I'm very jealous. And yes, I have an AK. You ankle carrying Cali, is that illegal? I know California just wants to take your rights away. To protect us from the government shall not be infringed. Ah! Right here. Ah! Exactly. America! Fuck yeah! Humans wouldn't have advanced without, that's exactly, we've had firearms for 700 years, roughly. To say it's depressing to say that we have either, I mean, you gotta think about it though. Humans are at the top of the food chain, some say. It's up to debate. But we make tools, and our tools are pretty freaking cool. And we had to take down the woolly mammoth. We had to take down rhinos, elephants, lions, tigers, bears. You have to advance because things that they use to take down the aforementioned will be used against humans ultimately. Humans will never live in peace. That's just the way we are. I love guns, knives, cigars, and motorcycles. Hell yeah, America. And V8 engines, KJ Selly, yep. V8 engines. I love a good strong V8. Rick says, you guys think you're kind of indoctrinated into finding guns appealing in America? Absolutely. Hell yeah, we got gun culture and we love these damn things. Let me show you my gun culture. Hold on. Let me move my water bottle that I almost just knocked over. Let me unplug this so I don't start dragging things. But these are just stickers all over my locker. These are all almost entirely all gun companies. Not all. And then we got the ones right. I gotta get against the wall. Sorry, guys. Like this, Henry. That's the Old West repeater style. We got Daniel Defense right here, one of the greatest firearm manufacturers of all time. Then we got HK right here. They make very expensive, very nice guns. Then we got Palmetto State Armory right there. Do I got a Kel-Tec on here somewhere? I'm sure I do somewhere. But hey, when it comes down to it, where you at? Heckler & Koch, good brand. Oh, I don't have a Kel-Tec. Yep. Gun Owners of America. Yep, I am a card-carrying member. All day, every day. And then, let's not forget Killdozer. And that is just how we roll in America. I don't actually own any HKs. I don't want to. Their magazines cost too much. I'm a hunter too, Cat. I actually hunt with a 350 Legend and a 20 gauge shotgun. The Nuge! The Nuge is from right down the street from where I grew up. He's from Redford, Michigan. Just a hop, skip, and a jump. Did I see USP there? Is that a thing? What is USP? What is USP? Let me see. I don't actually know what that is. So, if I knew what that was. Oh, my cap came up. Ain't that a bitch? To be honest, Racy, it's just a different world. We were founded on the opposition of what you guys believe on purpose. That's just the way we are. And, Cat Marco, that's a very cute line, but I don't like guys. HK is, I mean, they're like Rolls Royce of guns. They make really nice stuff. It's like Daniel Defense. My friend bought one during the COVID panic, and she didn't know anything about firearms, and I was getting a kick out of her just buying up everything she could. And she got a HK 9mm some kind, and she messaged me one day, and she's like, "Did you know that HK magazines cost like $65?" And I'm like, "Wait, what?" Because everything I own is 1911 platform, or not 1911, it's Glock platform and 20 gauge and communist, SKS and AK, and I do have an AR, but I don't like it. And anyway, and I was like, it costs that much because like Glock magazines are really quite affordable. And I'm like, what are you talking about? She showed me the receipt to buy an extra magazine for her gun. Actually, it was $75 with tax and everything. Holy cow, dude. That was like, honestly, that blew my mind. But it is HK. Say, Truth Hurt says, I'm a dorky white guy, so police never jam me up, so I ankle carry. Hey, man, you rock and roll in the free world. That is our constitutional right. Reese says, yeah, I get it. But yeah, it's kind of, you know, Reese, to be completely honest, end of the day, I can see why it seems so strange to you. But like growing up as a kid, at least in Michigan, I don't know how it is for the rest of the country, this is actually what I grew up with as normal. I'm really liking this cigar, by the way. I gotta put it out. But anyway, so when I was a kid, I was born in 1983. Like going to school as a kid, the high school kids were already in school. You would actually see gun racks in the back of their trucks, and then they would have their rifles and shotguns on the racks in their back window of their pickup trucks. Oh, that felt really good. And that was just like a thing. It just was not even scary. Like growing up when I was a kid, where I grew up, all the dads kept their guns under their bed. We didn't lock them up. We didn't even think of touching them. We just didn't. It just wasn't a part of what we did. That's the world I grew up in. And then we would go hunting and like, because like my family would have land in like mid Michigan. We actually do this. This is actually a map in Michigan. Actually in Michigan, we go like this and this, and that is the state of Michigan. This is the Upper Peninsula, and that actually is how we do use a road map. But anyway, when I was a kid and we'd be up in mid Michigan, my dad'd be hunting deer. We would like go to like a bar or restaurant or whatever, and the guys that would be hunting, they'd come out of the woods and they would come into the bar or restaurant, and they would take their gun and they would set it by the entry door right against the wall. That was it. And then they'd go and have food and whatever, and nobody thought no one took a second thought about the guns being there. There'd be, I don't know, 10, 15 rifles, shotguns, all hanging out right there. It's just the world I grew up in. Guns were not like a scary thing to us. Truth Hurt says, I just smoked a really crappy cigar, but it was free. What was the crappy cigar by chance? There's my wife. You go over there. You come over here. we like guns. That's all I can say. Um, it's just a part of movies. It makes movies more fun to have guns in them. And Nino Vasquez, I've never heard of Nino Vasquez. It makes me curious about it. I did have something. What was the one I just had recently? Not impressed. And they're actually not the cheapest. This is one I was not impressed with. Is it worth taking as a free cigar? Sure. But it's called Piranha 90. This, I got a 5-pack. I have not liked a single one. And it's not even a bad cigar. It's just, man, I don't know. I don't like it. That's all I can say. I'm not a fan. That's a good movie. Hey, you know, it happens. Yeah, hey, bad things happen. Hell, you want to talk about bad things happening? Look at other parts of the world. You can't say a gun is just the be-all, end-all when people have found a way to use vehicles as weapons of destruction. It's, you know, there's vehicles, there's knives. I mean, you guys can't even carry pocket knife. I don't even know if you're allowed to carry pocket knives. Hell, in New York City, you can get arrested for carrying a pocket knife. That's gross. In America, that's gross. Oh, I'll always take a cigar from a cigar shop owner. Why not? If it's free, I'm taking it. I'm actually getting a shipment, hopefully this week, from my daily smoke, my Dominican, the Maker's Choice. Like I said, those are honestly, give them a shot. I don't like to pay over like $12 per, because they come in packs of 25. I don't like to usually pay over $12. The excise tax for Michigan is like $4.05 per 25. So it's like $16, you know, and 5 cents, plus tax and $8.95 shipping. But if you buy a bunch at once, it's not so bad. And I'll have 75 cigars at my door, hopefully by this weekend. And I like to let them rest like a good. Actually, they're pretty good after like a month, but usually after a week I'll start smoking them. Reese says he shot air rifles. I have one. I actually really like air rifles a whole lot. My father-in-law, he has one. It's one you can get at Walmart. I don't know if you guys have Walmart in England, but we have Walmart here. And it's called, I think it's Crossman brand. Anyway, it's super cool because it's so common. So since it's so common, there's a lot of modifications for it. And his is like every modification you can get for it. So it's super cool. And I remember one day I was over his house, his daughter and I. It was like, I don't know, like 6 o'clock at night. His wife was off doing whatever she was doing. And there was a couple rabbits in the yard. He smoked that rabbit, and we ate that rabbit that night. It was freaking awesome. And he did it right with his air rifle. I actually, so truth hurts, I'm actually not a fan of Cubans. Like, I have smoked them. They're clean. They're very clean. But I like Nicaraguan better, honestly, I do. And Cuba is actually the biggest importer of tobacco in the world now because they can't keep up demand for their Cuban cigars. So the Cubans you get now, and for the past like 2 years, minimum, maybe even more, are heavily blended with Nicaraguan and Dominican tobacco. Walmart still sells guns to this day, in fact. I go a few places where they sell guns at Walmart. So Reese says, I have rabbits as pets. Oh, I've had rabbits as pets, but I still hunt them. Actually, right now is the time of year I believe they have snowshoe rabbit. And snowshoe rabbits are really good meat rabbits. Really, really good hardy rabbits. And they change color. When it gets more towards like this time of year, they turn more white. But you can still get them with like a little bit of brown spottiness in them. My dad was a big fan of hunting snowshoe because we always had beagles growing up. It is so fun to run beagles. If you've never had the chance, it's really fun. Not the best pets for living in like suburbia though. Man, when a hound gets on a trail, holy cow, they will wake the dead. William Gordon says, hell yeah, I love Trump. What's that got to do with the conversation, though? We're talking about rabbits and air rifles in England, and I wish I could understand the correlation, I guess. Yeah, but Walmart does sell firearms in Michigan. Um, Tawas, Michigan, Tawas. They still sell firearms. They got ammunition up the wazoo, the whole nine. Do you have any idea how I love Trump does not correlate to the conversation of I hate Cubans, which I did not say? I said I'm just not impressed by him, not a fan of him. I didn't say I hate Cubans. God, if you're gonna like mock someone, at least use them, like in context. No, Cuban cigars they're not bad. They're not what they claim to be. They're not what people claim they are. At least not in my opinion. Everyone has their own palate. But that has nothing to do with Trump. It was Kennedy when they started, or LBJ when they put the embargo on the cigars, if I recall. Yeah, actually, truth hurts in Michigan. We got lots of coyotes where I live because of the train tracks that run nearby. They run all the way through from Detroit to Canada. And I almost got arrested being on those tracks because I didn't know they were international freight lines. And I was in Detroit with my roommate. We were taking pictures of our train station in Corktown. And we almost got hit by the bull. He came flying up on us, sirens and lights ablazing. And we were like, whoa, dude, what the hell? And he's like, did you know that you're on federal property? And we're like, whoa, no, dude, we did not. He's like, did you know that these tracks go into Canada? And we're like, no. It was a really interesting experience, to say the very least. Okay, and then so Risa says, the guy who left society and hand-built a log cabin in Alaska and lived there alone for like 30 years. That is actually more common than you would expect. And then over on TikTok, Mike Meyer is speaking in either German, Dutch. What machen die Braut bei der College? I do not go to college. Truth Hurt says, I've not been disappointed by a Cuban cigar. I actually did not go into it with high hopes. I just was not really impressed by it. It was not what people made it out to be. I've had better from Nicaragua. The Bolivars are actually, I feel, which they do make them in Cuba still. You can get Ireland, Canada, everybody, they have them. But I have had the Nicaraguans, and in my opinion, those absolutely smoked the Cubans I had. And I will say this, the Bolivars, I had one that I smoked like the day I got it off the truck, and like another one like a week later, and then like the rest of them were like a month, 2 months. When it sat for a good like 2 months, that was a very good cigar, and I thought it actually was superior to the Cohibas. Like actual Havana Cohiba. Nicaragua makes some good tobacco. That's all I can say, man. They like to say it's Cuban seed and whatnot because they left Cuba with their seeds and then started back up in other countries. And they've destroyed their soil because they have tried to keep up with demand, which is why they've had to start importing from Nicaragua and Dominican. And when you do that, it does not allow for proper nutrient rebuilding, and they pretty much killed it. I remember first cigar I smoked was probably 20 years ago. And I remember back then at the cigar lounge, the guys were saying they just didn't hold a candle even then, 20 years ago. And these guys were like cigar smokers. Like they went on like vacations just to like try different cigars straight from the country. And yep, that was something quite interesting. After this, I am going to bed. Because it is 12:05. Not as late as I thought, actually. So we're doing pretty good. I don't usually retrohale these cheroots. But I like I said, like these are actually pretty tasty. But I actually like when I'm done with these, I don't know, I don't think I'll ever buy them again. I actually prefer a different brand of cheroot. I don't mind pipe tobacco. I don't mind smoking a pipe, but I definitely prefer actual cigars. Reese says, never smoked a cigar. I used to smoke a whole lot of weed. Yeah, I mean, hey man, if it's your thing, like you know, rock on for sure. It ain't my bag, it ain't my style, but I got nothing against those that smoke it. Kevin Spence is having a smoke. Yeah, having a old Shenandoah cheroot. And Kalu comes in and just says, hey, I just like to smoke things. I hope I remember you as Kalu when you come in on this side, because that name is just way too fun. I have to say, like, Kalu! I actually was reading about prices of cigars over in the UK and Ireland. Good lord, do they charge a lot of money even for like cheap cigars in our neck of the woods? No. I still can't get over how much I like being hydrated. It's like the weirdest thing. Like I got into hydration a few years ago, and I am still just so into it when I have these big gulps. Oh yeah, you're in like that tobacco belt, man. So you guys do get them pretty cheap over there. I remember like when because I did smoke cigarettes from like 15 to like 25, and when I stopped smoking cigarettes, they were like, no, wait, they are not cheap by you. You're full of it. I lived at the New York border, and when I quit smoking cigarettes, which I granted it was I'm 42, I was 25, so that's like 17 years ago. They were like $6 a pack. And we used to, every now and again, we get them in Ohio, which was always cheaper, and I was close to Ohio, so we get them there sometimes. But Kentucky was really cheap, and Pennsylvania could be cheap in the southern end where they grow tobacco. But New York was never known to be cheap. And then when I lived there 7 years ago, it was $11 a pack. Are you sure? Come on now. The cost of living crisis. Yeah, water is so. Dude, like, I like water a lot. Like, I like it more than I should. You're not across the pond. You're in New York. I thought. Oh, God. I'm feeling lied to. He says, how did you quit cigarettes? I'm wanting to quit myself. Yeah, it's like 15 at the. Yeah, that's not cheap. That is very expensive. So, Reese, how did I quit smoking? Honestly, how I quit smoking was I got, like, okay, so I tried to quit many times before, probably like 10, 12 times. And how I officially quit was I got really sick. Like, really sick. It was some horrible illness that came through, and it had me like bedridden pretty much for like 10 days, 7 days. Exceptionally bad. But that's actually what it was. And so by the time I was able to like be strong enough to like go out and smoke out and like on the front porch, I got over all that like fourth, fifth, sixth day withdrawal because I was so sick. Yeah, I was like, man, you said like you just told me you were in like New York like 2 hours ago. I was about to be like, bro, getting blocked. But Reese says that's interesting. I smoked weed every day for 25 years. Only quit when I got really sick. Yeah, like I said, that was never my bag, but for cigarettes, because it's so communal. All my roommates actually at the time when I quit, because I had three roommates, and my sister moved to LA at that time. But so then it went down to two, but they still smoked. But it took a very harsh illness for me to quit. Hey, I can't blame you, man. And by the way, congrats on the Bambino. And you know something else that actually helped a lot. This was probably what helped the most for me was so like I said, I was really sick for like week to 10 days, and after that, when I was able to start getting back out in the world, despite having roommates that were smokers, because we didn't smoke in the house ever. We always smoked on the front porch or in the backyard. But what I did do was I only hung around non-smokers, and I don't know if you have that luxury or not. Not everybody does, but that did help a ton. And I know smoking over there, I believe, is more liberal than it is over here. Everyone hates you if you smoke cigarettes. Yeah, Kalu got so high he floated over to Europe. I'm cool with that, man. That makes enough sense. Hey, Truth Here says weed is legal with some pocket knives or not. I know, right? Make it make sense. I agree, man. Danfer says, hey, didn't you play Gollum in Lord of the Rings? That was kind of clever. I'd like to know why you came up with that. Tell me why you said that, and I might actually tell you if I did or didn't. But you gotta tell me why. And it's gotta be a good reason, because some of you guys are not very clever. So, by all means, grace us all with your ideas. You're precious. Actually, so the humor in that is I had neighbors that lived next door to me, and I still to this day call them Smeagol and the Ring. Because Smeagol was before Gollum. And Smeagol became obsessed with the ring. And with my neighbors, Smeagol was the wife. And her husband was the ring, and it was my precious. And she was so obsessed with him, it was completely bizarre to even be around them. So there's Smeagol and the Ring. And Reed says, I'd say most people here smoke those electronic vape things now. Okay, I was curious if that made it over there. And says, I don't want to smoke one of them, though. Heard that they're sketchy health-wise. So I'll say this, Reese. Yes, they actually are. There's something called welder's flu or brass sick. Metal fume fever is another way of calling it. And it is something you can get from like one. Okay, here's an example that actually happened to me. My girlfriend and I, we were up at our family's cabin way up in Northeast Michigan. Somebody decided to put aluminum foil over the heating element in the electric stove. We turned it on, didn't know it. Even after checking the stove, we didn't realize there was aluminum on the bottom. Well, it heated up the aluminum to the point that it started to aspirate the gas. We opened up the door, and it released the gas into the house. Gave us severe headaches, made us pretty sick, kind of like the flu. And, oh, come on, TikTok, don't be such a jerk. Anyway, so the vape pens that you're talking about, or whatever you guys call them over there, they have that metallic heating element, and that heating element does release really toxic chemicals. So I don't blame you for wanting no part of it. They're really bad. Yeah, it's really bad. Like the headache you can get from it, like the illness, it's bad. Like welder's flu, like I said, is one of the names because welders get it. They'll run into it, like zinc galvanized steel, zinc coated, and it is a horrible, horrible feeling. I've never had a headache like that in my entire life. Like people talk about like the headache they got with COVID. Nope, don't even come close. The headache from metal fume fever, it is, dude, your head feels like it's about to explode. Like truly, at least that's what it did for me. And yeah, those vape pens, it's just like heavy metals into your lungs every time, right into your system. Man, I'd rather smoke a joint. I don't even smoke pot, but if that's the way I did it, that's the way I do it. All right, and then Risa says, my sister's boyfriend smokes them a lot. He's 22 and a few months ago got a lump on his hand. Wow. Turns out it was cancer, and he's had to have half his... Stop it. Are you serious? Are you serious? You're not exaggerating. That's intense, dude. Alright, and so, Kalu, I say Kula, it's almost what I called you. Oof, that sucks. I'm glad I quit them crappy vapes and I'm onto organic cigarettes. I used to smoke Indian spirits years ago. Indian spirits? The hell are they called? American spirits, that's what it was. And I didn't like them. I always thought they were rolled too tight. That was like always the way I felt about it. And it just, the inhalation, or their filters were too tight. I don't know what it was. But I will say, yeah, getting the metals into your system constantly, that's no good for anybody. That's bad news. Bad news bears. And to be a boxer, dude, boxers are so fit. They're like one of the like most fit athletes that there is. Those guys train so hard. I boxed for a while years ago, and the training we did was just so incredibly hard and so rigid. And that's just, I guess it goes to show it doesn't really matter sometimes how healthy you are. I miss boxing. I did Krav Maga, which is a hodgepodge, really, of multiple forms of martial arts. And I can say, even though it takes a lot from boxing, I could not hit as hard as I could until I did boxing. When I did boxing, that put my striking abilities like it just catapulted me. Just the way they show you how to throw your weight into a hit, it's just absolutely wild. Mag Sassy. 12:20. I gotta go to bed soon. That's pretty close to done actually. I'm actually a little sad I don't have a Kel-Tec. I gotta get that Kel-Tec sticker on my shed tomorrow. I'm wondering where to put it. Now I know where to put it. Yeah, I remember. So my journey to quitting smoking was a lot of like that, like tapering down, and it'd be like taper way down to like where you were, and then it would like tick back up. But it was a lot of tapering down. That's the only thing I can say is it was like I had the want, but the will was not there for the longest time. That was really part of the problem. But no, that continuous tapering down. Reese, what does that TA symbol mean? Someone explained it to me recently. I forgot what it meant. Like I thought they said like forget about it, but it looks like Korean almost. I don't fully get it. It's such a unique little symbol. Alright. More water, gosh. I kind of feel like I'm getting sick. I'm not sure though. Saluting emoticon. No, I get the saluting, but like you get like a TA next to you. Okay. It looks like a TA or like a Y with like a line over it and an A. I don't know. You know what I mean? It's like before the salute thing. No, not that. No, I see that. No, it's like a Let me see what it looks like. Let me see if I can draw it real quick. I do have. Oh, where's my marker? I got a pencil. I'll try it. Do I have something to write on? You know, let's write on the old Fijian Club. Let's see. Alright. Alright, looks like. Alright. I think that's what I'm seeing. And then. Okay, let's. Something like this. Okay. Looks something like this. If you guys can see it. If you can see it again, let me know. But it's like, I see it on a lot of like the comments that come up. Not like a lot, but like, I see it mostly on like the ones that come in and like comment and leave. I didn't draw that the best, but needless to say, I did my best for what I could see. These things can burn surprisingly long. And I swear it's because it's their pipe tobacco. That's my take. Your chat was broken for the... It probably wasn't even your chat. It was probably like my end because we had that issue on, the other side. And it's frustrating to say the least. Definitely gotta do some cleaning up tomorrow. I mean, it could be. Someone told me what it was. Like I said, I swear I thought they said it meant like forget about it or something like that. And I'm like, oh, okay, right on. But yeah, one of them word things. Yeah, fair enough. All right, what is the weather right now? How long will it take to load? This thing can take a long time to load sometimes. Oh my god, it takes a long time to load the weather. Holy cow. Holy cow, chick-cow. What was that, Lightning McQueen? Chick-cow. Oh, there's 5 people here. Where'd you guys all come from? I am from Detroit, Michigan. Pleasure to meet you. I am Rachel. Hey, it says it's 31 right now in Detroit. What is the week ahead? Let me see. Come on, give me the weather. Dang. Tomorrow's supposed to be freaking 40s. Tomorrow and Wednesday. All right. Rain and 40s. Okay. And then more high winds. Okay, some more high winds is coming your way, Kalu. All right, this little critter is done. I am out of here tonight. You guys, it has been a great time chatting with all of you guys. Kalu, have a fantastic night. And I will be live again. I'll post. It might be tomorrow morning, about 11 a.m. We'll see. I got to get this battle spoon done, so I actually might go live tomorrow. But, great talking. Cheers. Hasta luego. Adios. Peace.